Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie. The Blood Knight is summoned. Bellekom. Sam. The blood moon has risen. And Ellie, the black pudding is ready. Sparrow.
That one's strange.
That was strange, yeah.
Because these are all like things you say when you're on your period, right? Surely.
I mean, it's things we say when people.
Yeah.
I just don't see the point of menstruating unless you can look your partner dead in the eye when it happens and go, "The blood moon rises." Like I just
the Crimson Knight requests
it's so
logic.
Shit. You might as well make one bit of it fun. You know?
There needs to be some perks.
Well, now I'm going to look you in the eye and say the black pudding is ready. So enjoy that.
God, that's horrifying.
It's much worse than what I normally
it's so
say.
Good.
I mean, the original thought I had was the blood sausage is filled, and that's even worse.
Oh God!
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that implies some strange things.
Yeah.
I feel. I'm not sure what it implies, but whatever it is, I'm
I
freaked
don't
out.
like it.
It's like the worst way to describe an erection.
Oh God!
I mean, that was the thing that occurred to me, actually.
Oh,
It was the worst
my
way.
head was still in periods,
Yeah,
and I hadn't got all the way.
no.
But that's real bad.
And on that
Enjoy.
throbbing bombshell, it's time for us to turn
Throwing a Rex bombshell.
to future us and demand what messages from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason.
Future us saying, whack a dick down. I'm doing the motion where you whack your arm down on the table and pretend it's a dick, but it's not funny because it's a podcast and it's sad.
Aww.
So weird today.
What was
Why are we
that?
so weird? Why are we all so weird
I
today?
don't know.
Haven't recorded for a couple
We're
of
all on the
weeks.
loopy juice. I don't know what's happened.
Also, yeah, we are all apart again.
It's only been a week and a half.
It's not been
true.
that long. Yeah.
It's a warm night. It's probably not that warm a night. I think we just got the
warm
heating
night.
on.
It's a long day.
It's a long-
That might be
has
what
been
it
a long
was.
day.
We've all been doing quite boring things today. I wonder if that's what it was.
Yeah,
We've
with
saved all our loopy up for the end of the day.
Yeah.
yep.
It's not a full moon.
Not a full moon.
Nor a blood
Pretty
moon.
much exactly a half moon.
It's the half moon crazies. That's what it is.
Do you think
just
anyone's
go,
going to be
half
nerdy
crazy?
enough to work out when we're recording based on the fact that it is exactly a half moon?
Yep. I mean, if you're
Probably.
nerdy enough to do that, like, I'm into it.
I
Sure.
love you.
Yeah, thank you for dedicating your time that much.
I mean,
'Cause
honestly,
that's totally
like,
a thing I'd do.
they're potentially still here from the beginning. Like, they've spent a lot of hours listening to us at this point. Like, finding out moon cycles might not be a massive leap. We love you.
Thank
by the
you
way.
so much. I adore you.
That's actually made me wonder now. I'm just going to check the Calcinea calendar, of which there is one. And because I'm not sure whether, I realize I don't know what the lunar cycle is right now.
I mean, right now it's an eclipse.
There is.
Although Psyche, he actually ate the sun, so, you know.
I mean, we're in falling leaves, right?
Yes, it is the 22nd, my love.
Yep.
Cool. No, we're fine. Bell's still Bell.
That's a good point.
That's what I wanted to check.
Yeah, good check.
Yeah,
I don't think it was actually that long ago that she had to take some time off for that. So
Belle last had to take time off between the 10th and the 12th of Falling Leaves, according
I just
to
looked at my notes to see
according
if I've written
to,
down the date. I have
World
not. I've written
Anvil's
bums
handy
instead.
calendar.
You've just
Where I
written
usually I write the date at the top in big letters, but I've written bums instead.
I've just written Battle Day.
Am I the only fucker who's written the date? That's
I have,
unusual.
yeah. No, I've written 22nd of Falling Leaves, but also underneath Battle
Day.
I've written Scamp Mage Armor in bigger letters than anything else in my
Which
recent
Scamp
notes.
actually remembered today.
We did it.
Yeah, we did do it.
Well done,
I'm proud of you. Well done.
Speaking of which, I think that's our signal. It's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. It is the 22nd of Falling Leaves, 1798.
Steve, that's not yet cut. Anyway.
And the
What?
Nope. The iron skins are not finished yet. The Age of Steam has not yet come, and it did not come in time for this battle. I just had a moment of like, did I?
Has the Age of Steam come?
I had a real moment of like, oh sugar, the iron skins aren't finished yet. they literally the Age of Steam has not yet come in full.
I love that you had to look that up though. That's ominous.
He did the big eyes thinking expression.
It's the
brilliant.
shit, did I forget a thing?
Yeah.
They only have the steam smuggling boat, which they use to get the what's it called to you? All of the guns.
Yeah.
The
weapons.
points, but they didn't get the.
I mean, frankly, the iron skins are done when you want them to be done, and not before, really. So.
I mean, yes, but I couldn't remember from my own notes whether they're not ready for service. It's a whole thing. But that was an important thing to check. Is like, oh shit, were they supposed to be in this fight? No, they're not. It's the 22nd of Falling Leaves, 1798, and the Battle of Newmark
Sure, because my note says it's bums.
is well underway. Many bums are currently in the water.
Also on the fire.
Is there anything attached to them?
In at least two cases, probably.
Oh
There's been more
no.
cannon fire. The battle has been intense, brutal, and strangely dark. At the critical moment, just as the fourth-rate ships of the line, on the part of the Osirian Navy, were about to sail into firing range to attack the coastal fortress of the Battery, your cheerful friend Poppy, aka Apophis, the Sun Eater, shed his skin and devoured the sun. Well, at least as far as you can, that's certainly what it looks like. The sun has gone. In its place, there is a coiled black serpent with glowy red eyes. The sky is black. There is no sunlight at all that you can see. However, all those who hailed Apophis have been granted a miraculous blessing. they are able to see within this darkness as if it were broad daylight, giving them quite the material advantage in this fight.
So useful.
This is particularly shown up at sea, where the range of enemy cannons, already halved, as yours have been, by the gale force winds whipping through, hail strewn through the battlefield, have been halved again, as they're attempting to fire basically in not quite pitch blackness, but at night. Like at a night as dark as a moonless, starless night. At that. The battle has definitely gone to and fro. On the naval side, you have been able to sink the HMS Gunter of the enemy's side, and however, they are ahead in terms of shot-for-shot trading. They've sunk the Maria and the Captain Torfas Scorcher's ship, the Lightning. You still have a force able to defend, and Scamp was able to directly deal a great deal of damage to the HMS Integrity, their flagship, by getting up close and reversing gravity on it, which they were unable to suspend for 3 rounds, inflicting a mighty amount of disturbance, both from being picked up and everything moved around, and quite a lot of crew going overboard, and from the impact of crashing back down into the waves. The Integrity, however, is well named. It is still afloat, albeit limping and damaged from the attacks. However, the cavalry, metaphorically, has come. Just about entering range to begin firing on the Integrity, a smidge over a mile away from the battery, which itself has taken heavy damage. The Scarlet Winds, eyes blazing with Apophis's blessing, have entered the field. However, this is not where our focus is going to begin. So just worth noting, I'm changing the rules a little from what we did last time, because the sea battle is proving decisive enough that that having 3 rounds of that battle to 1 round of land battle was frankly making the land battle a little irrelevant by comparison. So we're going to have we're going to take 3 rounds now of fighting the land battle to see what has been going on while the Kraken's Bane has been carrying out its heroics.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
There's only one bit of this picture I don't have in my brain. Where are the trio currently?
The trio, as we last checked, are aboard the Kraken's Bane.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's where you stated you were previously.
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you need to leave the Kraken's Bane again at any point, you can do so as like a going off as a party to do things.
Right, okay.
Obviously, depending on where the Kraken's Bane is, will depend on how much time it takes to get to places. And
That makes
do
sense. Just so
things.
that I've got that in my brain. I
No,
can remember
that's
where we left them.
cool.
Yeah.
Also, on that note, actually, when the Integrity went up in the air and came back down, did that cause all of the avian riders on it to have to take off in order not to be thrown into the sea?
Some that were on the deck already took off. Others were in the process, but many of them are in the air. There is at the moment the 2 wings of giant eagle riders are sort of exchanging back and forth flights. So one wing is out while the other was not refueling, but rearming with
Yeah.
ammunition.
Reloading, literally.
Reloading, literally. Yeah.
Okay.
I also.
Yeah, just curious about that. That's
I'm not going to bring in, but I'm not going to give them a round retroactively. But I also realised I forgot to include their action in the previous land battle round, so
fair.
I will be putting them back into the initiative.
They were
this one.
sorting something out. Yeah.
Yeah. They just
They
focused on
definitely
hitting.
dropped a lot of stuff on us.
Yeah, I'm going to say they just focused on the big snake instead of the rest of the battle.
Yeah.
So they were just focused on that bit. It didn't come up.
They did so much damage to me. If I remember rightly.
Did lots of damage to you, but not to the
you
rest of the fight.
specifically, yeah.
Big
Okay.
Snake is now eating the sun, so...
Yeah. So they have their own issues then. All right. So, bit of a recap of where we are in the land battle. At this moment, on the far side of the River Hound in Guernsey, are the 4 units of artillery still firing on the coastline, along with the Bear Paws, the artillery wizards, who are currently not actually fighting in the main battle because they are being harried by the Sunset Girls. Until you say otherwise, the Sunset Girls will stay on the Bear Paws, distracting them. However, if you decide it is necessary to move them, they work a bit like the party. They can they basically travel fast enough that they can not quite teleport across the field, but they can get on boats really quickly.
Enough that it all feel
So,
like they're
It will
teleporting in this
feel
battle
like they're
system.
teleporting in this
Yeah.
battle system, and they can tie up a unit, preventing it from attacking or moving. The other unit behind the lines on the other side is the cavalry, who are. And something interesting is happening with the cavalry now that the lights have gone out. After an initial period of panic, of confusion, you notice that not torches, but lanterns have been lit by. In a number of places, you can see members of the cavalry are riding out to the edges of Guernsey, close to the waterfront, and others are keeping a guard behind the lines. Holding up lanterns and quickly flashing objects in front of them, they appear to be using a semaphore system to quickly communicate orders back and forth across the river, despite the confusion caused by the night. It is enough that the observers, those present, and during the brief moments of the battle where Celestia, Scamp, and Corzin are able to look over and see this, you are able to put together that this must be where the command, the land command is. Colonel Tompkins is presumably somewhere in that cavalry unit and coordinating the battle by semaphore. So
Interesting.
another of your opportunities, so your third opportunity comes up, the first one being defending
Poppy.
Poppy, the second being attempting to sink the Integrity, to take out the air strikes, and the third one is if Colonel Tompkins is dispatched either directly or by taking out the cavalry, it will impose a great degree of disorganization on the attacking forces. Basically, without a central force coordinating them via semaphore, amidst the darkness, they're going to start panicking, and some may rout. Speaking of which, most of the forces are at the waterfront. Some have made landing. Attacking Monk's Docks, Upper and Lower Harlot, and the docks of Kelsey are the 5 regiments of Redcoats, 2 regiments of the largely undead Reclamation Corps. The Redcoats have successfully pushed onto land in Upper Harlot, so they are now close enough that they are not not fighting those actually in Upper Harlot engaging enemies there are no longer fighting with the same level of disadvantage that they were before, which they were having to fight from being basically like on the water. I'm going to say that up close in what is more or less melee, as far as these matters are concerned, the darkness is less of an effect on them. It's demoralizing, to be sure, and it's difficult, but everyone is close enough that they can target by the muzzle flare.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay.
It's not like the ships, which are really far away, so it's more of a problem. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What about with the like Poppy's actual crew that are entirely melee based? Is that?
I'm going to say that Poppy's crew, to balance this out, I will say that Poppy's crew are able to. Poppy's crew already have a very high, have a high attack bonus. They are in no way they were never affected by fighting at night. I suppose I would say that they specifically, under the circumstances, Okay. Once the enemy are on, if Poppy's crew fight on land against an enemy that is on land, so less so with the few people boarding, I'll give them advantage because the conditions are perfect for them.
So if
the Sun Eaters specifically.
Cool.
So if the Sun Eaters were to say move into Upper Harlot and fight there, they can have advantage on their attacks against those ones that have already gone onto ground.
Okay.
Whereas everyone else, it kind of cancels out once they're on land.
Cool.
Basically. The 3 units of redcoats that have not yet landed are having disadvantage for attacking from boats.
I'm going to definitely be asking you questions
Ask
about
me
all of that again. My
questions.
brain went bork towards the end
I'll
of
just
that.
I'll just give you a reminder that Sun Eaters, under certain circumstances, get advantage.
Cool.
Because melee and night. Yeah, I will give you I'll let you know when the advantage kicks in. Just suffice to know that the Sun Eaters have some special have an advantage when the conditions favour them. And don't forget that everybody has two higher AC when they're on when they're fighting in their home streets.
Cool.
Okay. So just a reminder. So just quickly recapping. Then everybody's trying to. The enemy are trying to claim to get on and claim those streets. Right now, and I've sent to you as players the current state of the map ahead of time. You still have the 4 units of rifles, 3 of your units of militia, and your 3 special gang units. 2 gang units and the demons are currently holding the front. In Monk's Docks is Captain Egbert and Captain Beatrice. In Harlot is Captain Frank and the Sun Eater, what is left of the Sun Eaters. Upper Harlot, right now it's just Captain Archibald. However, the goblins and actually, I think it is just the goblins at this point because of how the streets intersect.
I mean,
no,
the Deadeyes are still there.
The Deadeyes are there. Yeah, they'd have to move. The Deadeyes kind of have to move diagonally, across diagonal lines.
Totally fair.
I would say that you can move along faces, rather than across diagonal. So they could move. So currently,
they could move to where the
goblins currently
are
in
goblins
Portland. The goblins can move in to support.
That makes sense.
So you've got some slight.
There are options.
There are options. Yeah, because the Deadeyes are currently hanging out in the appropriately named Midtown. While the last set of rifles under Captain Chocolat are hiding in at some Stitch Fathers.
Cool.
if it comes up, the Resurrectionists and the Deadeyes both fight at disadvantage in St. Stitch Fathers because it's consecrated ground.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Same rules as before. Okay, with that in mind, you all have your own units. I'd like you to decide where you wanna place them, and what actions you wanna take.
Yeah, and listeners, you're going to hear us going back and forth a little bit more because I'm taking pictures of our little battlefield and sending them to Robbie and Sam. So there's going to be a bit of that back and forth for the stowaways in the house. So, I mean, I think my instinct, if looking at the picture, you folks agree, is that the little goblins, so the bronze ones, they want to move forward into that place what's been taken.
Upper Harlot.
Yeah.
I can't see the label because there's things on it. And the Deadeyes want to move to where the goblins were.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Shore up the,
while we're on the 3 shinies, anyone got any thoughts on the Sun Eaters? Are we happy leaving them there? Do we want to move them? How are we feeling?
Well,
I'm kind of happy. Can they do range? Can they get the people on the water?
They can only get the people in the water if the people in the water are still trying to attack them, which they currently are.
Okay.
Possibly best to leave
So it's kind of worth leaving them there for now.
Yeah.
We don't want any more of them making a beachhead, do we?
Yeah.
So
I'm going to put
I will
these
say
two where I want them.
Great.
The one where in the picture is the little silver.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
Deadeyes.
the Deadeyes.
Does that... How many areas does that support? It's pretty much corner on with another area. Does that count as adjacent?
No, that we
No,
just...
not diagonal.
Yeah,
Don't
so
do diagonal.
corners
Good
don't
diagonal.
count unless there's a face. Yeah, you can't move across corners.
Which, if there is on the one next to it, but not
Yeah.
it.
So we're going to move... so you're moving
I'm
them
suggesting
into
moving
Portland.
bronze forward and moving silver to where bronze was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yep, happy with
Yep.
that.
Okay, here's next. I'll move your things.
Yeah, if you're happy with people just saying where they are, you can say that and they'll stay where they are. Basically, does anyone want to move a unit out of their current position?
Yeah.
Those
Don't
that
think
are...
so for
Frank
the
ain't
rifles,
looking
actually.
good.
Okay.
Frank ain't looking good. It might be worth swapping Frank with whoever C is.
Yep. You
We
can
could
swap
do
Frank
that.
out with Chocolat. That's fine.
Do you want me to do that?
Okay, yeah, can do. Yeah, move Chocolat up to Harlot.
Yeah, up to next to the Sun Eaters.
And
basically.
Frank is moving back to St.
So
Stitch
the
Fathers.
militia are swapping out from
Yeah.
the front line.
Because that actually gives us a nice heavy melee and rifles in the same.
Yeah, so basically,
place.
narratively speaking, then, as seeing the death of Captain Hamza and the routing of his unit in neighbouring Upper Harlot and the damage that their unit has taken, Captain Frank is going to pull back as reinforcements under Captain Chocolat with the rifles intact move in to give them some relief.
Yeah. And although not much has moved, I've sent you a photo because I know I'd want it to keep track.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Got it.
Ah, yes, excellent.
Okay. All right. And similarly, I've made their decisions as well. So the units that are currently trying to board are going to keep trying to fight. They're advancing same districts they were before. They are not changing position yet. So everyone. So we're going to roll some attacks. Let's start with the. I'm going to start with the named units. So.
Okay.
Deadeye. Sorry.
I've named
Goblins.
all my units.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well,
The
goblins
heroes,
first
I
then.
guess.
Got those. Okay.
So yeah, your options are basically Unit W or Unit U of the Redcoats. So if you want to focus.
I mean, who's more injured, actually? Are either of them injured?
Yes, you, Captain Uniform, is has already taken some losses.
I would like to attack Captain Uniform in that case, if that's okay.
Okay, go for it.
I've written down any damage.
Oh, a strong starting roll, lads. That's a 9.
Okay.
Total.
The fighting is intense. God, 9 with what was the natural?
A natural 2.
Oh
Yeah.
wow! Yeah. Despite the great skill of the Goblin Militia, or at least their ferocity in fighting, the Captain uniform has now gotten a pretty solid beachhead in place. Okay, and the Sun Eaters next.
Yeah. Can the Deadeyes attack from where they are, or how does that work? I've forgotten.
They can
Now
support. They've landed.
Sorry?
What was that?
They can attack now, can't they? Because the people have landed on the beach.
Yeah, they're
Yes,
in,
that
so
is the
they
rule.
can.
Yep, they've
Yeah.
landed, so they can support from range. So
Should we do them next?
Okay,
Because
go
they're
for
like
it.
in the same
Yep.
area.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Who
they can
can
attack
who
from
can
next
they attack?
as ranged.
Can they
They
go
can
for
attack uniform or Captain Whiskey. Either one.
I'm going to go for uniform again because
Cool.
again they're injured. That feels logical.
Yep.
So let's do that. Oh my god! It's another 2. I'm not even kidding. That
Swap
is.
that dice out.
It's a different dice.
You watch like the
I just
command-
rolled 2 2s
Back
on
to
2
each other.
different dice. Oh my god.
Oh,
Azra watches Azra and Adine watching frustration as Captain Uniform starts like knocking over carts, using them as mobile cover, setting up a defensive barrier.
Captain Uniform is giggling, I imagine.
Okay.
Giggling and bleeding.
And now it's the Sun Eaters.
Okay,
So there is Captain Victor and Captain Javier, neither of which are currently damaged.
Captain Javier has the fancier name, so we're going to do
Okay.
that. We're going to go for a third dice,
Okay.
lads. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's a 1!
They've-
Okay,
We're all
well,
going to die. The battle's
wow.
over. This is the end.
This
It's a very fancy flashing one, Robbie. It's on your light up dice, but it is that's a 1. Those were 3 different ones. I didn't even use the same dice for anything.
I mean, I
rolled a
have
total of 5.
same. I've got to apply the same rules to here that
Oh,
I do
absolutely.
that I do
It's
to
a
the
1.
enemy.
Yeah.
Under the frustration of the attack, the and especially with the loss of their leader, the Sun Eaters are starting to quaver a little bit. These are mostly now just imps and small,
leader's gone,
lesser
yeah.
demons. They lose a hit point more to represent their loss of morale than actual fighting force. Okay, I'm going to move on to onto the rifles next.
Okay. So, Captain Archibald is going to have his men basically fix bayonets and attack Captain Uniform. But,
Okay.
that will be for the
It was
first
apparently
one.
immortal this turn, so like good luck.
Okay, that is a 14.
Okay, 14. It's not quite enough, unfortunately.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, the redcoats are
We're in
tough.
trouble, lads.
We actually really are though, aren't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We do
We
still
needed this
have.
to go well.
We
and it
really
hadn't.
did need a good round. Like we're
Do
fucked.
still have
Ellie's
Captain
dice have
Decade,
fucked everything.
Yeah.
who I believe is adjacent.
sorry, say that again?
I believe we have Captain Decade.
Yeah, so
Who's
Captain
adjacent.
Decade has some options. They can keep attacking. So I guess, yeah, now that Uniform and so on have landed, they have some options on their attacking choices. So they can attack the Reclamation Corps, Y and units Y and Z. I'm going to say Captain. No, completely. Captain Yankee, there you go, and Captain Zulu. There. Or they can attack Captain's Uniform or Whiskey, because by doing a ranged attack.
In terms of their position, the Reclamation Corps are not yet on
The water. Yeah, they haven't hit the land yet.
Okay,
They need
they're-
to displace. They need to displace one of those 2 units to make a beachhead.
Right, okay, so gonna try and hit them while they're still on the water then. I'm gonna go after Captain Yankee.
Okay, Captain Yankee, go for it.
2 and a 1 could really lose the revolution.
Okay, that is a 24.
Yeah, that does definitely hit. Roll damage, please.
Okay.
Which I believe is a d6.
6. Only 2 points of damage, but every little helps there.
Indeed, under Captain under Captain Decade's sustained and repeated fire, cores of skeletons begin to fall. It's effective, but they have reinforcements. More of the endless dead continue to come.
Alright, that brings us then to Captain Chocolat.
Who may, in a similar fashion, may attack Uniform and Whiskey, or may attack Victor or Javier.
Having seen the attempt on Javier, gonna see if they can do any better.
Okay.
Okay. Right, well, that's an 11.
Oh, God.
Javier is...
Are the enemy going to take no damage this round?
Well, they've taken 2 points of damage thus far.
Okay.
I guess that just leaves
Beatrice.
Beatrice, yes. Well, Beatrice...
Oh, Beatrice can really only attack Captain Tango.
Yeah, so I'm going to go after Captain Tango then.
The 90s adverts are like really pervasive. My brain's went, when you've been tangoed.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain Tango has already taken some damage, probably from Captain Beatrice's unit though. So.
Okay.
Why did I not write down that damage?
Well, unless their AC is 13, that ain't going to do it.
It is not, unfortunately, Captain Tango.
Man.
Captain Tango's attempt to board continues unabated.
Okay.
All right, that is
the rifles, I believe.
that is.
Robbie,
all
please
the
hit
rifles.
something. My God.
Yep.
One of my units can't hit anyone based on where they are.
Frank.
That's fun.
Frank currently can't attack anyone, but Egbert and Gregor
can have a go.
Yeah, Egbert can attack Tango, and Gregor can do Yankee, Zulu, Uniform, or Whiskey.
Well,
Yankee,
let's
Zulu,
start with
Dandy is a very
Egbert.
different song.
Right, Egbert's going to try and attack Tango.
Go, Egbert, go, yeah!
Yeah.
Okay, well that's decent on the dice. 17 to hit.
That does indeed hit. Roll damage.
Excellent.
Okay, 1! Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, let that be a lesson to
what?
you.
Like a couple of the boats managed to make it and are immediately shot down, but there's still more incoming.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're fucked.
Captain Frank's going to light a cigar and just have a little lean against the wall for a bit, because there's nothing they can do.
They gain an extra +1 charisma.
It means nothing, but it looks good.
It's unfortunately
Yeah.
the charisma was already 14, so going up to 15 is not enough to give them an extra hit point
Aww.
from leadership modifiers.
It's looking loose there.
I'm going to say that Gregor is going to try and be supportive and attack Uniform, because the ones at sea still have disadvantage.
Yep.
Also,
Okay.
everyone's
Round
pissed off
stones.
with Uniform at this point, because he's just like, bah! Like behind something. So, you know.
That ain't going to do it, though. That's a 12.
Oh my
Oh
God,
my
murder! Oh.
All right. It's
Or rather, not enough murder.
not enough
actually.
murder. I think that is the home side. It's time for the attackers.
Fuck, that was awful!
3 points
Oh
of
my
damage.
God!
Oh,
Shit.
right.
Tough round.
Let's
I
do
can't believe
these.
how badly we
7,
just
8, 9,
collectively rolled.
10.
Yeah.
10 units. 10 units did 3 damage.
Jesus, that is terrible.
Okay.
We are
Wow.
royally fucked.
We're really fucked.
Gregor. So let's do the reclamation call first. Yankee and Zulu are both going to attack Captain Gregor with disadvantage. Okay, well, enough of Yankee's skeletons just so horrendously flub that attack that they actually march themselves into a kill box and lose a hit point. Natural one.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Captain Zulu's got his shit together. And is able to take advantage of that distraction to deal. Oh my, holy crap! 6 points of damage.
Gregor's dead.
Oh shit.
Okay,
To whom?
they land just slightly off to one side and flank round, trapping Captain Gregor's unit in a kill box, and completely take them off the field, which does mean
So Gregor is down.
Gregor is down, and
Gregor's
Yankee
down.
and Zulu have now pushed onto land. They've
Robbie's
acquired.
running out of units.
There's a second beach head.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
Yeah, things are not looking good up here. Okay, well that's
Deadeyes are at least ready.
Yeah.
Yep. The redcoats are going to make their attack. I'll do the three that are at sea first. So Captain Tango is going after Egbert. That is a 17.
Yeah, that really hits.
Disadvantage.
Egbert knows that he's
Yeah.
been tangoed.
Egbert has been tangoed for 4 points of damage.
Egbert has been fucking tangoed. Oh my god.
as they continue.
That is more than half of
Robbie,
Egbert's
can you guess what dice Jason is currently rolling? That's doing this well.
No.
It's that
Oh,
fucking
no.
bronze one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That bronze one has murdered us so many fucking times. It's like,
I'll swap it out for a different one.
I feel like maybe we should do an exorcism on it.
I think we should, honestly. Like, I just.
I'll bring some salt round
Yeah.
and we'll do a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a candle and a book. We'll get on it.
X-Ray and Victor are
Is that
both
how
going to
exorcisms
go.
work? I have no idea.
I've literally no knowledge of
Oh, I feel like there's a bell involved.
bell,
Yeah.
book and candle,
Bell, book and
candle,
candle.
book and bell.
Right, X-Ray and
Forward
Victor are
and
both going to try
backwards.
and go for Captain Chocolat. So that is a 13.
Okay, now because home street advantage, that does not hit.
Okay, they
Woo-hoo.
try and
Yeah, we mustn't forget that actually.
Yep. So
2
Oh
extra.
no,
AC.
don't worry.
Yeah.
similarly
currently
for
that
Captain
would be
Javier, neither Victor nor Javier are able to gain ground in Harlot. However, it's time for Uniform and Whiskey to make their attacks. They're going to go after.
Captain Uniform just cackling like
They're going to go after what they
I
perceive
am
to
a
be
god!
the.
ripping a shirt open and screaming at this point.
Yeah.
They're going to go after Captain Archibald.
Right.
Oh no. Archie.
Okay, well, yeah, one of those was a 10, but
nope.
Captain Uniform with a dirty 20,
Prick.
yes, is taking advantage of his entrenched position.
I'm sorry, he's fully like ripping his shirt off
He is
and
mostly
biting
like
people
he
at
is
this
heavily
point.
on focused
Yeah.
on defending and like holding his beleaguered position. So he only does 1 point of damage to Captain Archibald. But
Just imagining him standing like on a cart with like
Yeah, screaming.
yeah, there's this
Yeah,
shirtless
screaming
orc,
to
like musket, like
Yeah.
a musket
Bulging
raised over his head.
Somehow not
Running in the
dead.
Senate in the dark.
Yeah.
Like,
Like-
everything around him has been hit, but nothing on
Oh,
him.
oh no, he's taken a couple of flesh wounds, but he's still going.
But like he thinks he's Neo in the Matrix. Like he's like, bullets can't get near me, fuckers.
I'm seeing like a Mills and Boons novel cover.
Oh, a proper bodice ripper, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. He's ripped
Okay.
his own bodice.
Yeah. He was wearing a bodice now, that's been decided.
Yes,
That's
yes, he
fun.
was.
Okay.
He's much more interesting than he was.
The good news is, quotation marks good, is that 2 of the artillery strikes are wasted. Because
Yeah,
they
that's
were
good
targeting Captain Egbert to try and not Egbert, Captain Gregor, to try and gain that
Gregor,
beachhead
no!
in Kelsey. So they smash into the space. So as part of the pincer movement that took poor Captain Gregor's life, he also received multiple artillery bombardments.
Insult to injury at that point.
Yeah. I will roll for them actually just to see if they misfire. Because there is a chance. Both of them... Okay, well, they don't. Because both of them misfire, dealing a point of damage to the artillery.
Oh, I'm glad you're getting ones as well. Good.
Yeah, this is at least
Justice.
equal opportunities bad luck.
Yeah. I have not put the max hit points of the artillery on this sheet. I need to check my other sheet. How terribly embarrassing. These are down here. Nope. No, wow, I'm going to reload that. That's a pain. Okay, artillery, simplified forces. Okay, they have a total of 8 hit points. Cool, thank you. So yeah, I'm going to say artillery unit 1, artillery unit P has taken damage thus far.
General
Petrovich. So we're making up names.
Two kinds of
That's
people.
Vig's assumed
Two kinds of people.
surname.
Actually,
You
no,
went for
can't- yeah,
Petrovich,
no, that's
I went
Vig's.
for Poop.
Oh,
General Poop.
General Poop. You know what? Fuck it. Artillery Commander
Poop.
Poop. It's spelled P-O-U-P. It's a Sicilian name. Artillery Commander Poop and Sierra have both, one of their cannons has exploded from a misfire under the terrible weather conditions. The other two, however, are going to be firing on Captain Arch. They were going to try and press the advantage they already had, so they're going to go for Captain Archibald.
Okay.
Firing with disadvantage, though that is 13 doesn't hit because home
Nope.
ground. 14?
14 just hits. Yeah.
Just hits Captain Archibald. Okay. So Archibald's unit takes an additional D4s. 2 points of damage from artillery barrage.
Okay. He's learnt how to duck, but obviously not enough.
Indeed. Finally, the Eagles are coming.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
Are you happy you got to say that just a little bit?
Yep. So the
Well, I'm
Eagles
happy you got to say it.
are able to make. Basically, the Eagles have air supremacy. They can strike anywhere on the map because you don't have anti-air defenses capable of getting them. But they're limited in how often, and they have and in their maximum firepower. So, this round, the Eagle Riders are going to strike at, having already made my decision, Captain Archibald. So, they do attack with disadvantage, though, because of the heavy winds and darkness.
That's why I've written flying is hard.
Yes.
My page has said flying is hard for this whole session. I have no idea why I'd written it down.
It's probably for the best that's the case, because that was one of those dice was a natural 20. The other, however, does a 14 hits Archibald. We've just established that.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's a 15. Cool. Then they deal an additional 2 points of damage as bag loads of flechettes and incendiaries are dropped from on high. You watch men and women just slump down in the
And
streets.
some others.
You watch soldiers slump to the ground as even harder to see than usual. Or essentially metal darts just start pelting from hundreds of feet up, straight down. Okay.
How big are those?
They're not necessarily that far big. They're between 4 to 6 inches. They're pretty straightforward.
Just from very high up, they would be really bad.
From high up, yeah. This is.
I'm glad I asked because I was picturing them massive and I got that wrong.
No, these are.
I sent you a picture of one.
Yeah, they launched these in World War One experimentally. It was more efficient for fighters of the time to just drop bombs and so on. But in this time, with the technology available, they don't have the same quality of bombs, but they absolutely can manufacture large amounts of just iron flechettes. Can be sharpened iron flechettes.
Also, I imagine if you're on a creature, it's probably better to do things that are a bit less loud, really.
Yeah, that is also a concern. So, yeah, this is their preferred weapon. About a dozen eagles fly overhead, releasing their deadly loads. Who knows? Maybe they do also shit while they're flying overhead, but they definitely drop the shits.
It would make sense.
Just adding insult to injury. Okay, that is the end of round 1. It's not looking great for the for the defenders, but they're still fighting us.
Archie's flagging a little, but they've got fight left in them.
Okay, pick
All
your.
of mine aren't doing too badly, actually. For
I
now.
have a Call of Cthulhu character called Archie, so I'm just picturing them.
Just alone.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Oh, noes.
Okay, pick
Although,
your.
to be fair, they would not be here, because they are a big old coward.
The best thing to play in Call of Cthulhu, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have no
There are no
loyalty,
cowards in
they'd be
Call of
out.
Cthulhu, only survivors.
Anyway, what's next?
So next up, once again, everyone declare where you want to move your units and then decide who you want to engage.
My instinct is to move the Jedis. There's currently... Is there currently an unguarded beachhead going on?
Yeah, so right now, up in Kelsey, the Reclamation Corps are fighting Captain Decade, who's the only one standing. So
And he's not doing that well. I
Yeah.
might put the Jedis there,
okay.
Good
and
idea,
I
that
think
was what
leave
I was gonna
everybody
suggest.
else where they are, probably.
Well, we
So-
could, at the moment, Frank ain't doing anyone any good.
True.
We could move Archibald to where the Deadeyes were, move Chocolat along, and move Frank into where Chocolat was.
Yep.
Okay.
So
That
that
makes sense.
Archibald
Yeah, you
Okay.
do like a chain of
Say
Say
reinforcement.
all of that again,
Yeah.
because then I'll
Basically
physically
move
do
everyone
it.
along.
Right, Archibald
so-
up next to Decade.
Yeah.
Oh no, Archibald, put Deadeyes with Dickhead, because
Okay.
they're a good, strong team and we need
Yeah.
someone there. But
Okay.
move Archibald to where Deadeyes were.
Right, so Archibald back to
So
Portland.
they can then support both
yeah.
the breached beachheads.
Got it. So they
And
they
then
can
move
range.
Chocolat to replace them. Because
Move Chocolat to where?
A few hits.
But where A was.
Where-
I don't know
Yeah.
where A was. I don't have any memory.
It's okay. Upper hall, next to the
uniform.
goblins.
Yeah.
Next to
Yeah,
the
next to
goblins, which are the bronze
Bronze
ones.
ones. Yes.
Yeah.
Fun with
And then
fun with
move
maths.
Frank to where they've just come from. Next to
Next
Sunny
to
Seas.
the Sun Eaters.
Yeah.
Cool. And Archie's in Portland. Anyone else want to move anything? Well, when I say anyone else, I'm meaning obviously Sam. But I don't know why I'm pretending like I don't
Yeah,
know
no,
who
I
you
Just
are.
move some of
That's fine.
Sam's units. So
Oh, true.
No, I don't
Chaining
think
them
so.
along
If that's
felt like
if
a
that's the
waste
movement that has happened, then yeah, Archibald
I
is
think
where they need to be.
I think that makes sense. I'm gonna take a picture of that again so that you folks
Charles.
can see it,
Thank you.
and I'll send
this
it to
means
you
we're
now.
covered on the beach again.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
Okay.
Dear listeners, that's what we've done.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've moved along to make sure that we're covered on the beachheads. Right. I'm going to report the enemy's movements now. So
Oh, no.
they are going to do a similar shuffle, but with some slightly different intent. So I decided on their movements at the same time you did. So without an assumption of what your movements would be in mind.
They're happening at the same time.
Yeah, this is all simultaneous.
We
Captain
might need
Vic.
another picture.
I will
Captain
do another picture
Victor,
when they move in a sec. Yeah.
Victor's boats abandon trying to get onto Harlot and instead move into a reserve position next to Upper Harlot, so that they're ready. So that if they're able to take Upper Harlot, they will be able to move in and reinforce.
Yeah.
Similarly, Tango is going to abandon trying to take Monk's Docks and move up to where Victor was.
Cool.
In Harlot. So the enemy front line has basically moved further along towards where the beachheads now are, because
Does
they
this
want.
mean that Egbert
Egbert
and are no longer able to shoot anyone?
They're unable to shoot anyone I'd say that because they are not able to fight anyone currently trying to board, I'll say that they can try and shoot across to X-Ray and Tango.
Okay.
Because there is functionally no obstruction.
Cool.
So they're not completely useless, but no one is trying to attack them either.
That helps. Actually, that's quite good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Got it. And they've decided on their punch. Okay. All of the movements have now been conducted. I'm going to go in reverse order this time. So, regular militia, Egbert and Frank.
No.
So Egbert, as we said, Egbert and Frank actually have similar options on who they can target. Egbert can attack X-Ray or Tango, and Frank can attack X-Ray and Tango because they're they're trying to board, or they can fire on Uniform and Whiskey, who are in the next quadrant.
Who's looking the most peaky?
How are Uniform and Whiskey looking? Because I'm a bit worried about that.
I was trying to hit Uniform because he was injured.
Uniform is the most injured of all of them. Tango has taken a couple of hits. The rest of the redcoats are annoyingly fine.
I've got V
aren't we?
damage, but I might have mixed them up. Okay, I will fire on
Depends.
Uniform.
If you get if you got something like the Witch's tit over and just started firing on them in the next red naval round,
that might work.
then you can provide artillery support of your own. But
I've rolled a 19.
yeah,
Nice.
that definitely
Uniform.
hits. Roll some damage.
Well, that has gone into a pile of dice and is beautifully pointing, like the point pointing upwards. So that is the most useless landing. I'm going to roll a different dice. That dice is now out of phase. That is a 3.
Okay. So Captain, it's still a fair amount. No, don't just write 3, Jason. Captain
Easily
Uniform.
done,
Okay. Well, the good news is you actually managed to quite seriously strike Captain Uniform, shattering his collarbone. He gets he puts his shirt back on and gets off his. And gets off his
Fallen off the barricade.
off his barricade, having suddenly
Flag
A little
down.
embarrassed.
yeah, feeling a little embarrassed under the circumstances, and also killing quite a few of his soldiers in the process. The Uniform as a unit has not broken yet, but they have taken some damage. Captain Egbert, you go
We'll
against
fire on Captain Tango.
Captain Tango. Okay, has Captain Tango been tangoed? We shall find out.
That's a 17 on the dice. So that's a
Oh!
1.
Yes! Captain
that's
Tango
so
has been
damage.
tangoed.
Captain Tango's been egged.
1.
Been egged.
1.
Oh, God.
These dice are not happy today, are they?
Oh, Captain Tango
I think these dice have
has...
felt neglected because I've not used them in a while.
Okay, although you do sink a couple of the boats from distance, Captain Tango is apparently the regent is on his side. Right, let's move upwards to to Archibald, Beatrice, Chocolat, and Decade.
Okay.
So Archibald, I will say, because of their position in Portland, can ranged fire on either of the reclamation squads. Captain Yankees has the most injured, or on Uniform or Whiskey.
I think possibly Archibald is going to go after Uniform and see if they can't just put this one down.
Okay.
for good.
Really handy, wasn't it?
Okay, here we go. That is 19.
Oh, yes, that hits. Roll damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Archie.
More than one.
Okay,
More than
4 damage.
Wait, one more.
Archie, yes.
Okay, Captain Uniform. A number of Captain Uniform's regiment is now ragged. A handful of them they're just about holding together, but they've lost a third of their men. The rest are looking like they're on the verge of routing.
Okay. Then I'm going to press the advantage with Captain Chocolat.
Yep.
And go after Uniform again.
Okay.
Okay, that is a 22.
Yep, you don't need to roll. In the process of sheepishly climbing down off his barricade, Captain Chocolat personally manages to snipe Captain Uniform through the eye. As he slumps to the ground, that's it. The spirit of his soldiers break, and Uniform's unit collapses. I'm not going to take them off the board because they get to return. They get to have fired as well
because they fire at the same time.
Because they fire at the same time.
But we'll take them
Uniform
off at the end
is.
of the
I mean,
round.
I'll take them off. I'll just put them here and remind myself that they get to fight. They still get to fire.
Up to you. Maybe
Yeah.
you can take them off at the end of
So
the round.
they're Uniform has fallen.
Oh, amazing. That fucking
This
time.
heroic figure.
Then Captain Beatrice, I think, who has the ability to fire on either Tango or Javier, correct?
Yep. Tango or Javier.
Right. Given that Tango is actually menacing that area as well, I'll have them go after Tango.
Okay.
Good job.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Roll damage, please.
Okay.
In fact, roll 2d6.
2d6. Fine.
Yeah.
I love
Total
that you've
of 9.
actually put the bronze dice to the side, by the way.
What was that?
Total of 9.
9.
Ooh.
Okay, as Captain
6
Tango
plus
is
3.
in the process of finally managing to complete their boarding, there's just a rare moment where they land. They're boarding like just on the border between Monk's Docks and Harlot. They get into position. All of their troops are on board, only to realise that there is a perfect, clear avenue between them and where Captain Beatrice's troops are lined up. 3 sets of shots, just like with perfect military efficiency. Shots. Kneel, shoot, retreat. Kneel, shoot, retreat. Kneel, shoot, retreat. And Captain Tango's forces are broken. The survivors dive into the water.
Should I put him?
History will remember this as the Beatrice bitch slap.
Yeah,
Hey.
Captain Tango has indeed been tangoed. Or Beatrice. Depending on your preference.
You know when
I
you're
think
good,
it's-
Beatrice.
I think that's just Captain Decayed now.
Yes,
Excellent.
okay, so
For
Captain
those of you who
Decayed
don't
is...
speak French, in English that translates to dickhead.
Okay,
Oh,
Captain
Captain
Decayed is
Decayed.
going to attempt to press the previous advantage on Captain Yankee.
Got it.
Okay, that was an 11.
Okay, 11 is not quite enough. They struggle against. They struggle, but keeping back to preserve their own against the arrival of the living dead, they are not able to press the advantage.
Okay, I think that's all the rifles.
That is it, all of you. Okay, it's time for our special units.
Okay, so I think how are Yankee and Zulu
Yankee
doing?
and Zulu. Yankee, they're still both have plenty of forces, but Yankee has taken some losses.
I think the Deadeyes are gonna go for Captain Yankee
Okay.
because I'm gonna go for a dice that I just haven't used today
Okay.
because all of them are terrible apparently. That's really good. It was nearly a 3, but it bounced onto a 17. So that is a 23.
Okay, roll damage.
My god, I'm rolling damage for the first time today. Genuinely, this hasn't happened yet today. 5. That's really good.
It is. the Deadeyes, knowing how the resurrectionist necklaces work, ignore the dead and just fire on the living commanders instead, the reclamation sergeants. And with precise shots are able to take down quite a number. The living dead either just going still or executing their last orders but without precise command and swiftly being lured into traps.
Okay, I mean, I think our little goblin friends will probably go for Captain Wanker. I don't know, what was the W?
Whiskey.
Captain Wanker.
Oh, no, it was Captain Vanker. I remember
It was.
last time.
It was. We said this.
Yeah, it was Captain Vanker.
Captain Wanker. They're gonna.
We've forgotten all the names.
We
It's
have.
sad.
It's
Yeah.
really
I'm
sad. They
glad
were
we've
really
remembered
funny. So yeah, the
The height of wit.
Yes.
the goblins are gonna do that.
Okay.
Another 17 on a different dice.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a 23.
Yeah,
again,
that definitely
actually.
hits Captain Vanker.
Yeah. How do
D6, I believe.
addition? Yes.
I think it's I'm just going to double
That's a
check.
6.
Yeah, it's a D6 for everyone except the demons.
It's
Cool.
a 6.
Okay.
Murder.
Vanker taking a
Vanker has not taken any damage now, but with taking advantage of the fall of uniform, the goblins are able to steer are able to move and catch them in a pincer movement, cutting their Vanker's forces in half between those who've already landed and those still landing, and massacre those still in the boats. Or just breaking the boats enough that they're unable to land. Vanker's force is literally cut in half and is now struggling to fight on their own. Sun Eaters.
The Sun Eaters, I guess they're going to go for Lieutenant Javier because he's the only one nearby.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Can
With
they
another
get
different
Vanker?
dice because I'm just not relying on any of them at this point.
No, because the Sun Eaters are melee only. That's their special.
Oh, they're
problem.
melee only. They can't support.
Yeah. That is rubbish. That's a 12.
Okay, 12. That is not enough.
I didn't think so,
to get
somehow.
Captain Vanker. So they, Captain Javier. They make their attacks, but Javier remains strong. Okay, enemy attacks. I'm just gonna race through these quick as I can. So
Yeah, don't forget these two.
Yeah.
That they're off.
that's true. They are still a consideration. So I'm going to start with the artillery this time.
Oh no.
Having already, actually, the artillery go last because I definitely pre-decided all of their attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. So reclamation call first. They don't attack with disadvantage. I just rolled both of those, so they are go.
That's really good.
Oh, one of them is really good. Both of them are really good. So Captain Decade's day may have come. So one of Captain Yankee's forces focus them from one side, and indeed, in a manner that has been starting to become very familiar, they become outmaneuvered by Captain Zulu, who. And between them, Captain Zulu rolled a natural 20. But fortunately for you, on the 2d6 rolled Snake Eyes, are able to deal a total of 4 damage to Captain Decade's unit. So Decade moves quickly. He's a slippery fellow. And is able, and although he gets trapped, is able to pull out of that tight space before he's completely cut off.
Oh, wow.
Grim.
Dicks.
I hope you're all enjoying this at home, folks.
Yeah. Presumably, Captain Decade is still around. Has not been totaled yet.
Yes, if
Still hanging in there?
If the total of
Was 4.
damage he's taken is 6, he's still up.
Yeah, cool. Oh no, the total damage he took was 4.
4.
No, I mean like he had 2 from a previous round.
Oh, right,
So
cool.
Oh,
the
got it,
damage
cool.
he's taken is 6.
That's fine then. Okay, so right. Let's remember that uniform existed. Alas, poor uniform. Captain Uniform would have attacked. I decided how they can do this. Right, Captain Uniform was going to attack the goblins. And Captain with natural 16 plus things, so I'm pretty sure.
I mean, their AC is 17. So,
Captain Vanker was going after after Chocolat. Mind you though, 14 against Chocolat.
14 against Chocolat, that will just hit.
Okay, both hit then. So the goblins took 2 points of damage from
doable.
Captain Uniform's last stand.
They're still in double figures. So.
However, Captain Chocolat takes 5. Captain Vanker does not fuck around.
Hello.
It's kind of in the name.
He's fucking around, and now he's about to find out.
Captain Vanker very much stays at home. In fact, it's not much opportunity to fuck around. Spends a lot of time, disciplining his own unit.
Well.
Oh God!
Oh no!
Hello.
Which is why they're so firm in the face of terror. Anyway, Captain Chocolat has been dick slapped for 5 points of damage.
Yep.
In a brutal series of alley fights.
What?
Captain Tango and X-Ray and Javier both elected to attack Captain Frank's unit, though, to concentrate their forces. Tango managed to do some damage before he was absolutely slaughtered by Captain Beatrice's unit, but Captain Javier has been less successful. Nevertheless, Frank does take a point of damage.
Okay, Frank is just about still up.
Good.
And now for the bombardments. The artillery strikes go 2 against the goblins, 2 against Captain Chocolat. Okay, so with disadvantage. Goblins 13.
No, 17.
And second against the goblins didn't work either. Nope, that die is gone forever. We're back to using the bronze die.
No. It's got the devil in it.
Those were both cocked.
Definitely both cocked. Yeah.
Okay, so that was 2 cocks. The second, so neither shots hit the goblins, and bloody hell, another cannon explodes.
Woo!
Hey!
Okay, the artillery were not terribly effective.
Is that bronze die's first one?
No, it's
Feels
first
like
one.
it.
It's rolled once
It
before.
feels like it's the first one it's ever rolled to me.
Similarly ineffective this time are the aerial assaults on Captain Chocolat. Captain Chocolat hugs the walls and of the streets and avoids being utterly gutted from above. Okay, we're into the movement phase again of round 3. This is our last round before we head back to see what the ships are up to.
I'll take a picture so that you know who's gone. Give me a minute.
Both sides have lost 2 units at this point, which is about I think your forces started pretty even in numbers, so that's about even in terms of what you want to do. Okay, I am going to say that I'm going to give you this this is freebie in terms of actually no, you decide where you think is going to be most useful. I've decided where they're going to move.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of anything but staying where my lot are is helpful, to be honest. Is there any way that it would be more helpful to have the Sun Eaters? Because I think the other
Sun
two have to
Eaters
stay.
are most useful in melee.
Yes.
So I will say that it may be to your advantage to move them in, to swap them out with someone in Upper Harlot where the beachhead already is.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
If you move Captain Chocolat back to Portland with Archibald, and then move the Sun Eaters to where Chocolat was.
That might be a good idea.
They can deal with whiskey or Vanka.
And then who's looking better, Beatrice or Egbert? How badly injured is Beatrice?
Beatrice is uninjured.
Okay, move Beatrice up to replace the Sun Eaters.
Yep. Okay.
That's a really good idea.
Happy with that.
So that it's not
I
completely
don't
undefended.
I don't want to leave it totally, just in case Javier decides to pop back rather than
Also,
moving along.
would I be right in thinking that from Portland, both Archibald and Chocolat can support at range both
Yes.
both the two adjacent...
Yeah.
Yeah, Portland is a great place
Would
to
it be
hold.
worth moving one of them, though, into the North Village, just in case anyone tries to have a little go on that undefended beach?
So
get to
the
it,
one
wouldn't
thing
they?
what's worth noting is that if anyone tries to get in, so it's not necessarily clear in that thing, but I have previously stated, so Kelsey, just below the North Village, is as not far along that beachhead they can get and not be in range of the battery.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
they
fine.
they
They're in
they
North Village,
cannot land in North Village without being attacked by the battery.
Cool. So they
Yeah.
probably won't.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
won't. Cool. So yeah, let's do that. Move our Sun Eaters into melee.
Have done. I'm going to take a picture again and just tell me if you want anything different.
Hold off. Do and then take one more when I've moved.
I'll take one more when you've moved yours as well, but just in case people want any changes.
good
If I
call,
can
good
unlock
call.
my phone, which I've apparently forgotten how to do, so...
Okay.
And I'll take another one in a sec when Jason's moved people.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so
I think that
Captain.
looks good for now.
Is that your movement done?
That is my movement done. So Captain Victor's moves in to fill the space left by Captain Uniform to reinforce the beachhead, while Captain Javier's boats move along to try to be ready to fill in whatever opportunities are created in the beachhead for them to advance. They're fully committing to that side, which does have the effect that while Frank and Beatrice can keep attacking in from Harlot into the next one along, Captain Egbert at this moment is neither assailed nor capable of attacking anyone else.
Yeah.
Egbert's also like super fucking injured, don't he?
Yeah,
Not as bad as Frank.
Lol.
trollolol for Frank.
Well, if Frank's still alive next time, maybe we move him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, having done the movement, we're gonna let's make our way. We did that way before, so this time we're going to start with Sun Eaters and Co.
Start with the shinies, yeah. Calling them the shinies because the counters are the shiny ones, if you're curious, stowaways. So I guess let's start with the Sun Eaters, and they're going to go for Wanker. Mm-hmm. Do they get a thing in melee? Did
Yes,
you say?
so they
get
can attack with advantage.
Cool.
In melee, that's the under these conditions where it's like the sun has, when the sun has been eaten, if they're in melee, they get advantage. This is
Good
literally
thing
their
they
time
get
to
fucking
shine.
advantage. I've got to say that's only a 17.
That's enough to damage Vanka.
Woo woo. Okay.
Excellent.
They do a D. There's less of them.
Oh,
they do a
D4
D4 of
they
damage.
do, yeah.
They got really
Well,
high
it was
attack.
a shit D6 roll,
Yeah.
so you know.
They're really high attack, but there's only like a few dozen of them.
Yeah, 2.
Two. Cool. Captain Vanka is being cut down bit by bit, but has not yet lost his vigor.
Okay. And the. I'm trying to work out what to do with the goblins. They can pretty much only get.
They can only get Vanka or Victor.
And Vanka's more injured.
I mean, I guess they could attack across the they could try firing across it.
Nah.
Yankee or Zulu. Vanka is the most injured. Yes.
I'm gonna go
Victor is
for him
currently
again. So that is a 15.
15 is just enough.
Ooh.
Oh yes.
Yeah, D6 for them.
That's a 4.
Okay, that is enough. Reminder to myself that Vanka will get a last stand. But Vanka is... Vanka's last stand, indeed. Under the... as groups of the experienced street fighters clamber their way up to the rooftops and fire down from above, taking advantage of that home terrain, they are able to down enough of Vanka's soldiers that they sap his spirit. Captain Vanka himself. Captain Vanka himself is speared through the chest by a bullet.
Wonder where he's going to get speared for a sec.
Yeah,
flops, there was enough of a pause.
Flops.
I was like, where's that going?
Yeah, falls to the ground limp and unable to.
Well done.
He's rendered impotent.
Yes, he's rendered, and his forces are rendered impotent and flee.
Flee flaccidly into the night.
Okay, Captain Vanka is no more. I think that leaves the Dead Eyes.
Really sensible all day today. It's just this problem.
I think that leaves the Dead Eyes.
The Dead Eyes are going to... Of Yankee and Zulu, who's more injured? It's
Yankee's
Yankee,
much
isn't
more
it?
injured.
I'm going to go for Yankee then.
Yeah. Although even they are still technically above half hit points, just about.
Oof.
God, how many hit
You know
points
what my
does this have?
favourite number on a dice today is, don't you? It's a 2.
Oh no! What is? Mind you,
rolls when we
what
were
is
playing
what is
Star
the
Trek.
actual result from that?
9.
Okay, no, it's not enough. So the no, they're in a bit of a stalemate this time as the reclamation sergeants move to put their undead in front of them as shields, wise to these sniping attacks. That moves us on to the rifles. So, Decayed is still at the front lines in Upper Harlot, not in Upper Harlot, in Kelsey, right at the top.
I think actually I'm going to start with Archibald and Chocolat supporting from Portland. So, having seen Vanka go down, they can both hit Yankee from where they are, in theory, right?
Yes.
Okay, they'll both go for him then. Okay, first one for Archie. That is a 17.
That hits. More damage.
For 3 damage.
Okay.
Okay, and for Chocolat. That is a dirty 20.
Nice. Roll again.
And that is 6 damage.
Okay, that is actually enough. Fighting the Reclamation Corps is a slog. There's a lot of hit points. They have so many undead to build them up, but through sheer persistence and focusing fire from at range, Archibald and Chocolat are able to whittle their numbers down enough that only a scattered bands of leaderless undead remain before they are easy enough to mop up. Some just wander back into the sea by mistake.
Goodbye.
Also the candle, which is just death.
Okay, that brings. I think you've done Archibald and Chocolat.
Yeah, so Beatrice from their current location is going to support the neighbouring ward and go after Victor.
Okay.
So here we go. Oh no, that's a natural one.
Okay. There's a mix-up of commands, and a small handful of Beatrice's soldiers are mistaken for the enemy and caught in crossfire. The damage to morale is greater than the damage to themselves, but they still lose a hit point.
Okay.
To their numbers.
Alright, and that leaves Captain Decade, who...
Under the circumstances, it's kind of impressive how much he survived.
Yeah. So, is going to round on Zulu then.
Okay.
Okay, that's another dirty 20.
Ooh.
Yay.
Nice.
Okay.
5 damage.
Nice. You start chipping away, but there are Zulu up to this point has largely been
So many of them.
left
Zulu still in?
unmolested.
What's he over here?
Oh, did I pick Zulu up instead of Yankee?
I think maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Wrong one.
Wrong one.
Come back in.
Yes,
Here we
Zulu
go.
is still in the fight.
Yeah.
Very much still in the fight. Hordes of zombies and skeletons fall, but there are more to replace them. Okay, which brings us to Egbert and Frank. Egbert can't do a lot.
Egbert's gonna just have a smoke and a drink and a little
An
bit
egg.
to sit down and catch the breath. An
Yeah.
egg. They're gonna have a
We're gonna
hard-boiled egg.
have a hard-boiled egg.
There is justice in a hard-boiled egg. Frank is going to fire on Victor because I'm pretty sure that's pretty much all they can get from where they are. Oh, 13 plus 4, so 17.
Okay, nicely done. Roll damage.
It's a 6.
Yay!
Ooh, okay, it's a very effective attack against Captain Victor. A similar sort of splitting in half and sundering. Although they aren't utterly able to destroy half of Victor's unit, a quarter does fall, and it visibly shakes the rest of them as they try to reinforce their position. That is everyone. So, let's do some counterattacks. On the enemy's side, then, this time I am going to start with the artillery strikes. So, against two against two, 2 against the other. A couple of strikes are going to go against the Deadeyes first. That is 14.
17 is the AC because land and home advantage.
20 for the second one.
Yes,
however.
that hits.
So the Deadeyes do take only a point of
Okay, they're
artillery
actually
damage.
pretty okay.
Yeah, they're able to hold pretty well. Captain Decayed, however, is fine because once again the artillery are cursed and keep blowing themselves up.
They're like anti-halflings.
The artillery have dealt themselves more damage than they have dealt the enemy at this point.
It's actually just so fucking windy that
It's
they can't fucking do
astonishingly
anything.
windy. It's pitch black.
Yeah.
They are like,
They're just
And
shooting
they're not
each other.
keeping their powder dry.
yeah, it's a hard time for these gunners. Like on a bright day, on a bright, less windy day, they would be utterly devastating. But today, nope. Okay, that makes it time for everybody else to attack. So Yankee, Yankee and Zulu would have made their attacks. Yankee would have Yankee failed.
And then drop dead. Yeah.
They were too busy being destroyed to make any real damage, take any real damage to the Deadeyes. However, Zulu's forces were much more effective against Captain Decayed, and were able to deal 3 points of damage
Decayed.
by carefully cutting them off and downing their forces. How's Captain Decayed doing?
If that's 3, then no, Captain Decayed has fallen.
Okay, they are able to cut. They're able to cut the head off this serpent.
The dick falls.
And yes, alas, this is one dick that will fall. Okay, because I knew who's going to focus there. I'm also going to bring in the air assault. Happens to that side as well, and that is but it's only a 14 against the Deadeyes.
No.
So the Deadeyes, with their superior skills, are able to take cover and avoid the worst of the aerial assault this round. I'm going to say, given how nasty these things were for the party, the giant eagle air assaults have not been as effective as I hoped they would be.
It is so fucking windy.
Yeah, it is so fucking like that. Honestly, that either the wind or the like sun eating would have been enough to give them disadvantage.
Yeah.
Like their main advantage is just that they can strike anywhere on the battlefield.
Yeah, but
without worrying about positioning.
Right
it's just
now.
very hard for them to like their shot, like their salvos are going wide, like literally just they're spraying too wide. They're not striking where they want them to hit. It's hard to keep it's even hard to keep in the air. All right, so Vanka and Victor both made their own attacks. They would have focused just on the goblins because fucking demons. Yeah, no, there might be less of them, but they're not. But these things are mortal. Well, yeah, Victor wasn't terribly affected, but Vanka's last stand got some traction at least. With a 19 and 5 points of damage to the goblins.
To the goblins. Okay, they are now in single figures, and like I don't know why I'm just saying they're in they're at 5. Like it's some way into single figures.
Yeah, we're starting to see like they're taking serious.
Might be time to pull them back.
Yeah, they took serious losses in Vanka's last stand. But they're still holding together just about.
Yeah.
That is everyone who can fight. And I think that is the end of round 3.
Yeah, it is.
So, with leaving the land battle as it is,
The camera pans.
the camera pans out and away to the sea. Okay, so just a quick reminder: there's 4 warships currently next to the battery in the process of battering it. If they are battering it and the battery itself is not doing well, the Witch's Tit is still close enough to get involved and attack them, but it is currently without other support and pretty heftily outgunned. The integrity and...
Oh, now I've got Hamilton.
I know, me too. I wanted to ask if it was also outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned.
Right now, it's kind of looking like it
now,
is.
yes.
Yeah, it is. The kiting situation is continuing with the integrity and over on the over about just about half a mile away from the battery, with the Kraken's Bane and associated ships continuing to kite them away. I'm going to say that so we do this kind of a round by round. The individual ships are collectively able to move. So any group of ships moves about as fast as the slowest ship in that group. I'm just going to quickly grab this for the sake of my own reference, because I've got the handy thing here. But broadly speaking, over these sort of 3-minute turns, the 4th rates and 5th rates have a decided... They have a speed advantage of about sort of 300 feet per turn, as it were, over the integrity and its groups. But the integrity is still going to be able to move 1,200 feet, over these 3 minutes. Okay. I'm going to describe what the enemy are doing in terms of their movement. You can choose how to adapt to this, because what they're doing is based on what the situation they're seeing. The 4 ships near the battery are at this point thinking about how this battle has gone. So they are now up to date with the present. No, they're going to try and finish this off. So they are staying broadly where they are, near the battery and the Witch's Tit. although they're more focused on finishing off the battery than necessarily chasing down the witch's tit.
Yeah.
The integrity and so on, seeing the enemy getting close enough to start being a concern in this fight.
Yeah, because the rest of the Scarlet Winds
have just arrived.
Now. Yeah.
Are going to move towards the battery. So they're going to start moving in on the rest of the battle.
How much can they see them? How far away are they?
So just
That's a good
they're
point.
about half a mile away.
Darkness and stuff.
Yeah.
They're about half a mile away. Like the horizon is 8 miles away. Night halves your
dark,
vision. Like for the purposes of this, so they know they knew they were coming.
Cool.
They were just dealing with what at the time was a more urgent threat.
Right. Okay.
What I'm going to say is that the Scarlet Winds are more than capable of, like, keeping pace with the integrity and catching up a little bit, as are the Kraken's Bane and so on, because they're just faster. But only but a reminder of what your ranges are at the moment. Right now, because your ranges are halved, you can, for those of you with fifth rates, like the Kraken's Bane and the Witch's Tit, you only have one attack. It's a broadside attack, and your range is 3,000 feet or half a mile for your disadvantage attack. And
why are our ranges halved? I'm confused.
Because of massive gales.
Cool, got you.
Yep.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
And 750 feet for short range, like no disadvantage attacks.
Okay, cool.
So the Kraken's Bane, Baller, and Baller and so on had been kiting the integrity at just over.
Is the Kraken's Bane a 4th rate? Because I have all
The Kraken's Bane is 5th rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Corzin's got.
Corzin's got the Kraken's Bane.
Yes,
It's
I have.
Corzin. They've been kiting just outside the integrity's maximum range of 1,500 feet, because the integrity and all the enemy ships have had their range quartered because
That makes
eternal
sense.
night and also heavy winds. So you are able. So basically, you're able to keep pace with the integrity with that group, and get close enough and gain on them. But only the Kraken's Bane is fast enough to be able to get within 750 feet of them and deliver a full salvo on the integrity or its 2 transport escorts. Which you may or may not want to do, because that will definitely put you in range of the integrity's own attacks.
I was going to say, given the amount of damage the integrity has taken, looking at them through the spyglass that Corzin would have, would a full broadside from us put them down?
From the Kraken's Bane itself, the Kraken's Bane on its own, if every hit landed, you would need 2 full salvos from the Kraken's Bane to drop it. However, if the 4th rates, it's worth noting, have slightly different ranges. They've got 2 attacks, which is going to be which is very relevant. Specifically the 4th rate ships of the line. So this is the Scarlet Winds.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So the merchant ships, they also have just like a single attack, same range. The Scarlet Winds have the same like long range attack, but if they can get to short range, if they can get close enough, in this case 1,600 feet with disadvantage.
I mean, not all of them are 4th rates.
There's one 5th rate, the no regret.
The no regrets, yeah.
But if you can get all of the 4th rates close enough, they can launch full broadsides, and they attack at the same rate as the ships of the lines have been, with like stupid damage if they hit.
Okay.
So it's very much a game of. It's basically a huge naval game of chicken.
Yeah.
If you get really close, you're easier to hit, but you can unload your full force.
Yeah.
And also when it comes to the Kraken's Bane, we've also got all those ships firing on the battery to think about.
Yep.
Yes.
Which we could also hit.
Yeah.
I don't know which is the best thing to do. I'm just saying things I think out loud.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I think... With regards to the other ships that are with the Kraken's Bane, the merchant ships...
That'll be
we've got the Trigger.
Yep.
The Baller and the Wilma.
Yeah.
The Baller and the Wilma, okay. If we sail a course through the middle between the ships that are attacking the battery and where the integrity is currently, do we have the range to hit either?
Well, you can get... Sorry, I'm just quickly mapping this.
He's got his little ruler out.
Yeah. You could try and get them. Let's see, if you were able to get to... There is about where you'd be able to get to. So from there... you would be within long range. You could definitely get into long range of both. Like 3,000 3,000 feet.
This way.
If you went, because of where you are, it's actually slightly easier to go that way. If you want to get between the two, but if you're going to try and get,
this is the integrity. So now I've got my ships mixed up.
Yeah.
Ignore me. That was
so
bollocks.
if you wanted to get into a position where you were like between the two or closest, damn it, you're catching up to the integrity. So it's hard for you to get in between them both on this round. What you could do though is get close enough to be. You can definitely get close enough that you are within long range of both sets of ships. You could get closer to, but not quite into, short range with the integrity and so on as well.
Right.
It just depends on how close you want to get, because you have enough maneuverability to get close enough to fire on the integrity, Aquila, and all the rest at long range without them being able to fire back, because you have that range advantage from the night.
Okay.
From the devoured sun.
Looking at this, I have a suggestion here, folks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we can move the Kraken's Bane into range of the Aquila and the other ships attacking the battery, we can fire at long range with all of our ships that are following with the Kraken's Bane on them, including the Witch's Tit, that gives them something else to shoot at. In the meantime, the Integrity and the ships that are supporting that still have to chase us, and we have the Scarlet Winds coming down, who will
be able to hit the Integrity, maybe?
Yeah. Because if they are in range to hit the Integrity, they are likely to do much more damage than we are. Whereas if we can harass the ships that are attacking the battery, we can either draw some of them off or throw them into slight disarray, because we need to give the battery a bit more support.
I think I agree with you. I'm quite worried about the battery.
I'm terrified for the battery.
Well,
so
if the battery can, the battery's in short range with these ships now, so if they get a shot off, they're likely to hit.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
What
going
we
to get
have
a
to
shot
do
off.
is
Even
we
if
have
we
to
take them out, they get their shots. I think the battery's falling no matter what this turn.
I think we've got to give it a last crack to see if we can get another turn
we've
out
got to
of the
try and
battery.
take them all out.
Yeah.
We've got to take them all out on the off chance it doesn't, but I think we need to be prepared for the fact that battery probably is going down this turn.
Yeah.
Because they do damage even if they get well below its AC.
Yeah. But I think we need to give it a go to try and limit that.
Yeah, no, we've got to try.
Yeah, in terms of the ships that are attacking the battery, what are they looking like in terms of the damage
Demise
they've
is
taken?
badly hurt. The others are not
Yeah,
particularly.
the Demise is barely afloat.
I think it might have one hit point.
The No Regrets... Oh, no, that's back here, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, No Regrets is miles away.
Yeah,
It's
the
not
Witch's
there yet.
Tit is kind of your choice whether the Witch's Tit is at short range with the
I
Aquila
mean,
and
the
so on at
Witch's
this
Tit
point.
is actually fine on hit points. It's got the full 9 at the moment.
Yeah.
I think we
They
should
can
send it
do
off
up
to the
to
Aquila
10
then.
with a single hit. That's worth knowing.
Yeah, we should have them hit the ones that are hitting the battery then.
Yeah.
I believe the Witch's Tit is, from memory, is basically lurking in short range for the Witch's Tit, but outside the short range for the
basically.
for the fourth race.
I think it's kind of got to stay there and hit things though, especially because it's the one ship that can come back up.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
you'd take slightly more risks with it if you knew that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Not that it's still not risky to a lot of people, but like,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Entirely.
From a strategic point of view, it makes the most sense.
yeah. So we're suggesting that we move the Kraken's Bane and that whole load of ships
Yeah.
in between the. Well, not closest, damn it, to in between the Integrity and.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're going to start moving in that direction. They're not going to be able to get in between this turn, but they're starting to get closer to do that.
They want to get as close to that group as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're keeping just out of range of the Integrity.
Is there more moving to do, or should I take a picture?
So I'm going to save you. I'm kind of going to save you a decision. The Scarlet Winds advance further into the field.
Makes sense.
I mean, they're going to
as
go
soon
for
as-
the
as close as
Integrity
they
as soon
can.
as they can.
Yeah. The question to make is: do you want the? Is the No Regrets going to try and peel ahead, or is it going to stay in convoy with the rest of the Scarlet Winds?
Is it worth it peeling ahead? What do we think, folks?
What's the
It won't
will
gain
they
a
be-
lot of speed compared to the others, but it will
Will they be able to make an attack this round? Any of them?
all of them will be able to make an attack at disadvantage against the Integrity and its 2 transport escorts, the Elk and the Filbert.
I mean, should we just leave them together because they're a bit stronger? And
Yeah,
or is it?
Is
I mean,
it,
what was
is
that?
it worth having a target? Do we want to give them a target that is
yeah.
on the battery?
Brutally,
Oh.
if the No Regrets can outpace the force rates.
Yeah, it's worth
if
noting that the No Regrets has already taken some damage.
Not the No Regrets,
they-
the Witch's Tit will have taken
Oh,
some
I'm
damage.
sorry, I've written it on the wrong one. The Witch's Tit has taken some damage. I'm wrong. Sorry, the
Okay,
Witch's Tit is
no
on
worries.
5 out of 9.
Okay, cool. Point being, though, is if the No Regrets is leading that flotilla of Scarlet Winds, if they get hit by the Integrity or its support ships, then those ships have shot their round for that for that moment. Whereas then the force rates that we have can engage at their leisure.
Okay. No Regrets is pulling ahead then of the rest.
Yep.
It's not close enough to. It's not quite close enough to present an alternative target yet, but it will gain with each round.
It might be.
Yep.
soon.
Okay, so this being snap a picture of that.
Yeah. Photo for you folks. I know
okay.
it's slightly harder to
Thank
see
you
with
very
the
much.
ships, but
I am going to declare who's shooting on who, by the way, at this point. So
Declare.
the Integrity, Elk and Filbert are not close enough to hit anyone at long range because their range is quartered. The 4 that are the 4 ships on the battery want to get this done. The Beatrix, the Beta, the Chancer, and the Demise all focus fire on the battery. The Aquila is going to play cat and mouse with the Witch's Tit. So it's not able to get close enough to do full broadside against the Witch's Tit because the Witch's Tit is kiting it a little bit, but it is able to still launch a partial attack against it. The Witch's Tit, because it is kiting, is close enough to attack with its own broadside at basically full force. Cool. So it's kind of staying within that sort of 750 foot range where it can just about hit the Aquila without disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So pick thy targets, everybody.
okay.
Can we start with one of the ones that does lower damage on the Demise? Because if we can just do 1 hit point, I think that might be enough to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. I mean, where
Just so
is
we
the
don't waste
Demise?
our-
So the Demise, the Aquila, and so on are so the Demise. So these 3 ships, the Beta, Chancer, and Demise, are all basically camped right next to the coastal fort.
Should we have the Witch's Tit try and hit the Demise?
Don't forget that the coastal
How
fort
much
itself
damage
can
does the
also
Witch's Tit
attack.
The Witch's Tit does 1, 2, or 3, depending on how much it hits.
So the Baller and the Wilma both can only do 2 maximum.
Okay.
So if they can hit, they can get 1 damage.
True, actually, maybe we should have the Baller and the Wilma do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're
If
attacking.
these ships have the same number of hit points as our counter.
Yeah, fuck it.
They are attacking. They're attacking at long range. So roll with disadvantage.
Right.
Baller or Wilma, whichever you want first.
Oh, not great. That's a 12 for the Baller.
Okay, so that is a 12. I mean, Baller needs to meet the AC to do any damage, which it does not. It fires, but the kind of although a couple of shots strike, they bounce.
Even worse. Wilma gets an 11.
Okay.
Ugh.
They shoot their loads, but are not quite able to finish it off.
I was trying so hard not to say that with regards to the other ships
Why
earlier.
you like this?
We got here with Captain Vanker, that's why.
did.
Captain.
Yeah.
Oh, we were here well before that today.
We were.
Yeah.
There he is.
Okay, so Wilma and Baller have gone, but you still have other options, including the Coastal Fortress. Shall we...
Coastal Fortress. Do we get to shoot with that?
Yes, the
Yes.
battery gets 3 shots
Oh,
around.
okay. Cool. I mean, what next, folks?
Are there any other 4th rates left that can on your side that can fire? Let's do this by
That would
rate,
help,
like we did
actually, yeah.
before. So we've done 4th rates thus far.
Who's got
So
rest?
I've got the rest of them that are the Scarlet Winds.
Okay, Scarlet Winds can take attacks. Can take partial broadsides with disadvantage against Integrity, Elk, and Filbert.
I think it's worth doing.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, let's go for the Integrity, because
Yeah.
Cool.
Fuck them.
that's
Yeah.
the big problem.
Yeah, because
So, first one... No, I know the Integrity's AC, that's a 12, so
Okay.
not enough. I'm going to swap out those dice, because they're not playing. So that was the Basilisk. I'm just going to go down the list. The Hesperidia, or has a better chance. That's disadvantage. That is still a 22.
Nice.
Ooh, 22. Okay, I mean that is that is definitely 3 hit points of damage
Nice.
That's
against
a
the
full
Integrity
partial
there.
damage.
So the Hesperidia, you can hear the distant cry of Captain. Why is my mind blank? Briggs, calling out, "Ready, round, fire!" And
I am so
Impact
glad
to the
the
distance.
Hesperidia is currently doing well, because I had a sort of middle of the night realization the other day that if the Hesperidia goes down, I have to tell Leah.
oh dear, yeah.
I had this like lightning bolt of horror, like late at night, where I was like, "Oh God, no!"
okay,
The Lantern's going to do the same. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh no, thank God. Okay, it doesn't hit, but that is a 7, not a 1.
okay. Well, Captain Shen, Captain Shen Yu
12.
fires, but it's too far away to land for sure. Effectively. Okay, so that's all the 4th rates. 5th rates, apart from Kraken's Bane and Coastal Fort.
Okay, so that's me, yeah?
Yep.
So the Witch's Tit is going to go for whichever one is most injured of the ones that are left.
Why would you
Okay.
put so much
Demise, I
emphasis on tit?
Sure. So that is going to be that will be the demise.
The Demise is gone, isn't it?
No.
No, you weren't
is it
able
not?
to. You weren't
I
able to
missed
hit the
Didn't hit
demise.
it. I'll do the Demise.
I missed
Is it worth me
twice.
doing the Demise, do we think?
Yeah.
Try and get it down?
Take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've,
Take it out.
sorry, I'm just going to adjust the position of the witch's tit so that it's staying there.
Just
Yeah.
adjust the tit.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's close
Give
enough
it a
that it's
little
able to
wiggle.
get that shot without
Yeah,
disadvantage.
so I'm going to do that. That's quite good, actually. That is a 21.
Okay, that is enough with the with a cacophonous thunder from its cannon. It is able to crack the hull of the well-named Demise
Yes, big.
and the ship.
Why would you call your ship the Demise?
Well, the implication is someone else's demise.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
feels like
presumably.
tempting
I know.
fate, doesn't it?
So,
but the demise does begin.
Like calling it the widow maker.
Or the wreck, you know? Like,
The
we call
demise
this shit no
begins.
regrets. If you're talking about tempting fate,
yeah, true.
Yeah,
Very true.
does begin to sink beneath the waves.
If it sinks, we got to get the some regret.
we did. That's why we did it, just so we can have the some regrets.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it is the no regrets. Is the next
It is the
one,
no
yes.
regrets. So the no regrets is in a pretty good position for the integrity, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With disadvantage? Or...
With disadvantage.
Cool. Just making sure I'm keeping track. Oh shit, one of
Even
those
if they
was
pull ahead,
amazing
they're
and
not
the other
enough to
one
be-
was terrible. So that is a 10.
Okay, a 10 is not high enough to do any damage
Sadly
to
not,
the
no.
integrity.
Yeah.
The ship is still well named.
And the other one I have in play is the trigger.
Okay.
Where's that? Is
The
that in the
trigger
pile with
is
the Kraken's
in the
Bane?
pile with the Kraken's Bane.
I
So
think-
it can attack either group of enemy ships with disadvantage.
I think it's going to go for the ones attacking the fort.
Cool.
Agreed. Yeah.
Um,
Good idea.
At this point,
think
the
the
one that has
beta's
taken
taken
slightly
most?
slightly more damage than the Aquila than the Aquila or the Chancer is the beta.
I'm going to go for that one then. So with disadvantage, yeah?
Yeah.
I think Chance has taken nothing. Akila's taken 1.
Okay,
Has taken
that
3
is
by my count.
absolutely shit. That's another 10. So,
Okay, not enough to do any damage.
yeah.
All right, that brings us. That I'm going to say it's time for. That brings us to the Kraken's Bane and the Coastal Fortress. Actually,
Okay, so I'll do the Kraken's Bane first.
yeah.
That will be firing against the beta then. Okay, that is a 12.
Ooh, against the
Oh, did you do
beta
a minus?
from the Kraken's Bane. That
I was
is
firing with disadvantage, right?
with disadvantage.
Yeah, 12.
That is enough to do a single point of damage because it's 2
Okay,
points
I'll
below
take
their
it.
hit points. Their
take it.
AC. So it's a glancing shot, but it is able to splinter the hull a bit.
Okay, so the coastal fort has 3 attacks.
Yep.
I'm gonna take the first one against the beta as well, and they're not rolling with disadvantage. So. Oh no, that's a 1.
Okay, cannon explodes, and in fact, the previous cannon that exploded, they're still getting the fires under control, especially with the blasts and with the recent collapse. A whole side of the battery has just caught in flames now. So deal yourself a point of damage.
Okay, 1 sec.
Unfortunately, Apple Blossom's halfling luck does not apply to the entire fortress.
That's a shame. Like,
We just need to
could
hire
really do with
halflings.
that right now. Okay, so second
just
attack
have
also on the
halflings.
beta.
Just entirely staff it with halflings.
If it was a pure
Be like, halfling fucking luck, you little shit.
then maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
that's a lot
we
better.
did rather
That
dent
is
the halfling
a,
population by attacking that gang.
That is a 23.
That definitely does hit. So against the beta, so the battery, that's plus 4. Yeah, that's over 4 or more.
Yeah.
2 hit points of damage to the beta then.
Okay,
Returning fire is effective.
and I think we've got a whale on this one until it goes down. So last
Yeah, I
attack
agree.
also on the beta.
Yeah, and these are without. Yeah, these are straight attacks, no disadvantage.
Okay, that's an 18.
That does hit, and I think that is plus 4, so it does 2 more points of damage.
Okay.
The beta is taking a beating from repeated return fire. However,
About 2/3 down.
it's time for what is potentially the
end.
Coastal Fortress's
It really
last
might be.
stand.
Yeah.
So to begin with, I'll actually do the Aquila's return fire on the Witch's Tit, which is able to do. It is able to fire with disadvantage. Yeah, just close enough to try a disadvantage full broadside. Because of it, in order for you to be close enough to have hit the demise like that. Okay, disadvantage for broadside is a 10. What's the hit points of the... It's 14 is the hit points of the Witch's Tit, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, the Witch's Tit... No,
It's AC even.
Oh, AC is 14, yeah.
Okay. So that makes it a 10, which is -4 of the AC. Okay, it takes a single hit point of damage.
Okay.
As it does launch a full broadside, but only a couple of the cannonballs successfully hit. However, the Beta, the Chancer, and the Demise, before its demise, all turn their focus on the coastal fort. So they are fighting at AC 20. But I mean, one of them got a 22, one of them got a 19. So, and these are at full. So 20. So
Yeah, we're down.
3. Yeah, that's it. That's easily able. I think that's a good 8 hit points of damage.
Yep.
So with a thunderous retort, even as the Demise breaks apart these the crew diving for the lifeboats and putting them out, you watch from the Kraken's Bane as with a slow sort of sag, the interior of the battery crumbles.
Fuck, that might be over, mightn't it?
The Fat Lady has not sung yet.
No.
Things are still potentially on the ropes, but that does bring us into round 2 of the ship's combat, because the integrity and so on can't fire on anyone yet. Okay, I'm going to give you a bit of an advantage by describing what the enemy are doing first, so you can react to their movements.
The battery's down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very bad.
Which means that their priority is to try and move into position to start supporting the attack. The Demise has met its demise, but the Beta and the Chancer are both going to move into position to unleash, hugging the coastline close enough to potentially launch full broadsides against the defending forces. Although actually, is that the most appropriate thing? No, the integrity's flagging. Okay, they're going to split their forces. Change of plan. The Beta is going to move up close to try and support the land forces now that it's safe. The Keeler and the Chancer are both going to move up and work on supporting the integrity. They're going to form up into a single fleet to escort it out. Now, just thinking for a moment, that does create some risks, because they're not going to change of plan. They're not going to go completely into a bulk, because that just means that since you outranged them, all you need to do is encircle them and they're fucked. Instead, the Keeler is going to try and catch up to is going to try and see if it can basically catch up, keep in range to attack the Witch's Tit, and keep firing on it, because it's all so depending on what the Witch's Tit does, the Keeler is going to move. The Chancer is going to start moving towards the Kraken's Bane and others and its assorted crew. The Integrity is going to shed the Filbert and continue moving towards the fight in progress. It's going to keep trying to give itself some range, whereas the Filbert now is going to start moving towards the Kraken's Bane and support. It's potentially sacrificing one of its transports to give it some edge. They know that although they may well be losing risk losing the naval battle. They know that if they can get the integrity to the land battle, they'll win. Mm-hmm. It's got so much firepower.
Would you like a picture before we decide what to do, folks?
Yeah, give everyone a picture.
Yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of stuff was just said.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what it looks like from sort of Marjorie's eye view is the beta moves around and starts firing on the land as the Aquila and Chancer split off to respectively chase the Witch's Tit or engage the flotilla with the Kraken's Bane. The Elk and the Integrity continue their slow movement towards where the battery was, while the Filbert is going to divert off and chase the Kraken's Bane, less the Kraken's Bane and more the vulnerable merchant ships around it.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
How close can the Scarlet Winds get to the Integrity?
Yeah.
On this round?
That's the question on my lips.
That is a good question. So,
I think we've got to go for the Integrity now at this point.
Yeah.
Okay,
as many as possible.
To get to there. Okay, so I'm going to move as if they're just continuing on the Integrity for the sake of demonstrating this. So the No Regrets can get close enough to was already close enough to be in short range. I'm going to say that this round the No Regrets
It rolled at disadvantage last time.
Sorry?
Huh?
No Regrets rolled at disadvantage.
Yeah, sorry. It was, it's still at disadvantage last time.
It's not short. It wasn't short range.
It wasn't short range. I'm just trying to see if it can get to short range this round. It is not quite able to get to short range, but it is gaining on the Integrity and so on. It is also the Scarlet Winds are slowly gaining on the Integrity, but not as much as the No Regrets is.
But can they get shot in?
All of them can get shots with disadvantage. The No Regrets, in its sacrificial purpose, however, because it's just under 1,500 feet closer, is within range to potentially be sniped by the Integrity or Elk.
Yeah.
So the disadvantage, is that a partial broadside rather than a full broadside?
Partial, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So that disadvantage, the fourth rates would need to get to 1,600 feet. If they were as close as the No Regrets is, they'd be able to do full at disadvantage. But the No Regrets is just a faster ship because it's smaller.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get as close as I can. It's not much.
I mean, is the plan to move the Scarlet Winds as close as possible to the Integrity?
At least close enough they can fire on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Yeah, they continue...
Can you move them?
Yeah, I've moved them now.
Okay, you've moved them.
So they have... I'd move them back if you changed your mind.
Cool.
But basically, they are continuing their chase.
Continuing to go in.
So the question what to do is, what does the Witch's Tit want to do? Because the Aquila is now bearing down on it. And what does the flotilla around the Kraken's Bane want to do?
My instinct with the Witch's Tit is to move it slightly further round close to the Aquila with a mind to eventually getting to the beta. How does everybody else feel?
I think we need to head for the beta.
Yeah, head for the beta.
The more we can harry those ships now.
Take it out.
Yeah.
What was that?
Danger. The Aquila might just take it out though if we stay within its range.
I mean, we're going to be... We can't really get out of range of
can't
everyone with the Witch's
completely get
Tit.
out of the Aquila's range.
Yeah.
But if you...
Let's head for the...
Yeah, I think we've got to head for the beta.
Okay.
Like, we're in range regardless, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So the Witch's Tit is going to move round close enough.
Can it get a shot in on the beta?
Oh, it can definitely get a shot in on the beta. I'm just checking whether you are in close range or not. That is 7 base to base. That is just close enough to continue attacking the beta
normally
without disadvantage. Cool. The Aquila, as I said, is following the Witch's Tit. Mm-hmm. This does bring it close. The Witch's Tit is faster, but it's sacrificing a little bit of speed to make that curve.
Yep.
So I'm going to say the Aquila is still in range to make a full broadside with disadvantage.
Cool.
Okay.
What about the Kraken's Bane and all those? What do we want to do with them?
I think, given where they are now, it's most important that we move them to try and create a bulwark between the integrity and the river mouth where they can get up.
I think I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how, but we can try that for sure.
If we can pincer them with the rest of the Scarlet Winds, they're mincemeat anyway. But
So
it's
round.
more the the ships by the remains of the battery.
All right. Yeah, you want to just get them in. You want to try and get them in between the integrity and where the rest of the.
Yeah, in between the integrity and the land. Yeah, as much as we
Basically.
can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
I want to move these. Right. This is gonna, because the charger is coming up to them. I'm going to say you can start doing that. It is 100% going to bring all of them into short range, into like everybody's short range with the charger.
Okay.
Because the charger is on an intercept course.
How are we feeling? What do we think?
It won't put you in
I
short
think-
range with the integrity, but it's gonna put you in short range with the charger.
I'm kind of
Attack
feeling
the
like
charger
we have
this
to.
round.
Isn't there the
Attack
chance?
the charger this round. The integrity still has disadvantage to hit any.
Yes,
of
but
us
if
in
the
this range.
integrity gets anywhere this round, we're fucked. Like, I think we have to go for the integrity and take the risk
Yeah.
with the charger because, like, seriously, if the integrity gets another round of movement in, it might end the fucking land battle.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, I think we've got to gun all the way for the integrity going down.
I will say that it will take the integrity will take 2 rounds to reach the land battle.
I was going to say, looking at
Still,
where it
it
is.
might take us 2 rounds to get it down.
But yeah, that's the thing.
We might
If
not
you-
have 2 rounds.
If you keep going, this will put you on the cut-off course.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Everyone's going after You are met by the charger as you begin sweeping round.
Mortified.
The Chancer. Was it not called the Chancer?
Sorry, the Chancer.
Chancer,
The
that's
chip,
the one.
appropriately.
Is all the movement done now?
That is now all the movement.
Okay, I'm sending another picture, folks.
Thank you.
It's getting a little complicated in this thing, but yeah, you are basically just full on, essentially trying to ram through the Chancer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do this.
Genuinely, if it comes across our bow, can we?
I mean, you can. I'll treat it as a broadside for the purposes of damage and attacks
What do
and
you
so
mean?
on,
I'm confused.
because you don't have special rams. But
Okay.
if you had a lightning prow,
Yeah.
then you could. Then I would let you do a ram attack. But those are pretty rare. And because I forgot to include it, the integrity does not have a lightning prow.
We
But
might
it was in the
legit-
original draft for this battle.
We might legit lose
Yeah.
the fleet here, might we?
Yeah.
Yeah, like all of them.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Okay, so you so yeah, let's go through this ship class by ship class. I'll go in reverse order. The battery has fallen, so Kraken's Bane. You are,
Okay.
to give you perspective on ships you are close enough to, you are in close range with the Chancer. You are in just about still in long range with the Filbert, the Integrity, and the Keeler, and just on the edge of your long range is the Beta.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to go up to the integrity.
I think we have to. It might take us 2 rounds with everyone to get rid of it.
Okay, you're going to attack the Integrity.
Yep, so that's long range
Long range.
disadvantage. Okay, that is an 11.
That is not enough to do any damage to the Integrity. The Kraken's Bane fires its shots, but it strikes against the well-defended hull, and despite the damage it's already taken, it's not enough to break the ship or its spirit. Okay, let's move on to our 4th rates. So we'll go with so all of the let's do the merchant ships first. Merchant ships. Same situation as the Kraken's Bane. You're in long range with everyone, and you're in short range with the Chancer. So 4th rate merchant
Can I just
ships.
check who the Scarlet Winds? Who are they in range of? Is it just the group?
So
The
Scarlet Winds
Integrity?
are in long range of Aquila, everybody except the Beta, basically.
Okay, So they can hit other people. That's good to know. Okay, let's start with the baller then at disadvantage, I guess.
Yeah, because you're all you're focusing fire on the integrity. Got it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do this in reverse order and start with the Scarlet Winds.
Yeah, just because they can do a bit more damage. Let's see what we can do there.
Okay, go for it.
They can actually hit.
So that's disadvantage.
They've rolled double threes, so nothing.
Okay.
The Basilisk. Basilisk is doing great.
They're having a lovely time. I'm going to try some different dice.
Oh, this one's made of stone. I don't think I've ever rolled this.
Ooh.
Do it.
Hesperidia at disadvantage rolled very poorly.
Double sixes. So
Jesus.
still nothing.
Still not
That's
enough.
Only a 12. And finally, the lantern has rolled a 1.
Shen Yu.
Damn it.
Okay, Shen Yu has a critical misfire and manages to strike. Roll a D3 for me, please. Actually, roll me a D4. Robbie.
That's a 1.
Strikes the no regrets for a single point of damage. Because it is like in between them and the
Hilariously,
integrity.
that's the first damage the No Regrets has taken, and it's friendly fire.
Oh,
so.
no.
There are some regrets on the lantern's part. Okay, having smashed up the whole of the no regrets. Okay, merchant ships. Baller and Trigger.
Yeah, Trigger is 5th, right?
Oh, sorry, Baller and Wilma.
Wilma. So the only one that's in close range is the Chancer, isn't it?
Yep.
Right, they're not going to do enough damage to take down the Chancer, even if they get critical hits. So I'm going to just disadvantage against the integrity.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's the one that rolls fucking 19s and 20s on the bloody dice. So that's 25 to hit the bloody integrity.
Okay. I mean, that is full 3 Artinsmen, so that is 25. 2 hit points of damage to the integrity.
Excellent.
The integrity.
Why was it not one of the others?
The integrity
It does
is
so much more.
honestly. You hear like as it strikes it, you see in the distance a couple of huge cracks forming that's taking on water. It's honestly barely holding together. The integrity's integrity is almost broken.
We might have a small chance if we can get rid of it. Very
no.
small, but we might.
Yeah, right. One more of those from the Wilma. One of those is... Oh, bloody hell. One of those is an 18 and the other's a 17.
Ooh.
So that is a 23.
Yes.
Is the tiny merchant ship going to take down the integrity? Because that's amazing.
That is
So
brilliant.
far, I think Wilma has done more damage to itself than anything else.
So this is.
It got 2 1s last game.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so Captain Stark of the Wilma, finish it.
Oh my god, the Wilma.
It's such a weird
Wilma
ship
has
to
done
do
nothing.
this.
It's done nothing but misfire, so I think they're going to be like
The
trying
ship-
to work out why it misfires
So-
and accidentally fires.
So the ship is on fire. It's blast hold itself, and as they're trying to just desperately get some of the cannons working, there is they
shoots the integrity with a
They call out. They call out test fire. They hear fire. They launch all of them. It strikes the crack that's already forming, and with a splintering, the HMS.
Sorry.
The HMS Integrity starts to break apart on the water. You watch the chaos of this flagship falling as the birds still on the deck take flight, not heading for the battlefield, but getting to shore, making for the safety of the Fort Beatrix instead, flying overland, over the water and away. It is a slow process watching the integrity fall. It does not, as it breaks apart, its sections float. and there is a frenzied but orderly effort as the lifeboats are lowered, and Corzin, you see through your spyglass, clutch one arm bound up in an impromptu sling, a monobrowed Commodore Black Tusk hurriedly ushering forces onto the lifeboats before joining them. However, the integrity is no more.
Oh, that's exciting.
Well, he's not swimming home.
Oh, that helps a bit, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
But we've got to keep up the sail here.
The battle is not yet over, indeed.
Oh, it's very much not. No.
So
They
this,
still get a shot.
yeah, they do indeed still get some shots on. So the
Of course, we've done their attacks, haven't
yep, but so we'll see what happened with them before that goes. The I think the Witch's Tit and the No Regrets can still go. There's still the fifth
Witch's
rates.
Tit, No Regrets, and Trigger
Yep.
are still to go. So the Witch's Tit, I think, will go for the one beginning with B. That's
The
name I've
beta.
forgotten. The
Beta.
beta.
Take down the beta.
Yeah.
Take it down.
Okay.
Is that
Yep, you're
normal
able
shot?
to stay close enough for a regular shot.
cool? So we're gonna do that. Oh God, 9.
The Witch's Tit fires a few shots in desperate hope of making it, but
Nope,
not quite able to.
definitely not.
Okay, No Regrets and Trigger. No Regrets is close enough to fire, still with disadvantage, on Elk or Filbert. And actually, disadvantage on, I think, everyone. Technically, yeah, it can just hit the beta.
Is it worth trying to get rid of the beta? What do you
Yeah,
think? Should
yeah.
we do that?
Yeah, that's
They're
the
all
one
at
that's
disadvantage. You might as well go
fuck
for
it,
it.
yeah.
It's the longest of the long
furthest
shots.
Why not?
Yeah. If we can sync that, we can actually cut the others off.
Okay, that is maths 13.
13. Ooh, okay, does the trigger hit? Okay, that is less than
Oh, that's not the trigger. That's the
the
oh,
No
no,
Regret.
the
That's
No
fine.
Regret.
No Regret, that's the important one.
Yeah.
It does a point of damage.
Yes.
It's not enough to sink the beta, but it does a point of damage.
Yeah.
Even because that was just under its AC.
Yeah. What
So-
about the trigger? What can that hit?
The trigger. Let me just see if can the trigger. Yeah, the trigger is also able to long range everything except the Chancer, which is very, very short range.
Shall I go for the beta?
Yeah.
Just try and save
Do it
our
if we
land
can sync
forces
it.
a bit. Yeah,
I don't
Yeah.
think we're going to be able to take it down this round, but yeah.
that's true. But we gotta try.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
not going to take anything down this round,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, go for it.
God, 3s, all 3s. That's a 9.
Okay.
3s, 2s and 3s today.
No, it's not able to do it. So let's do the return fires from their side. The integrity. So because of the wording we used in this, the integrity was only close enough to return fire on one ship, which was the No Regrets,
Yeah.
which it did at range with its partial broadside with disadvantage. So let's roll for that. Okay, 12, which is
Nice.
two under its AC.
Still
So
damage.
it did 2 hit points of damage
That is actually doable with where
to
we
the
are
No
with the No
Regrets.
Regrets.
I
So
want to
even
pull
as,
it back a bit though.
even as it was sinking,
I mean, the Witch's Tits has less, mate.
yeah.
I know, but at this point we're not cutting off the integrity. At this point we might want to pull out of their short ranges.
Yeah, true.
This bit being what it is,
Out of their range entirely if we can.
Equally, though, we might want to get in the way of them hurting the land forces.
Yeah. That is,
yeah.
I think, the main goal now, because there's no more support from the battery.
Yeah.
This having been done, the integrity begins breaking apart. Okay, the elk will also do a disadvantage fire on the No Regrets because it's again close enough. No. It just no.
It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, the transport is not able to effectively return fire.
No regrets.
No regrets, indeed.
No regrets.
No regrets.
Okay, so of the merchant ships, which one has taken the most damage?
I mean, the trigger's actually at full.
Does that include the Baller and the Wilma?
Yep.
So the Wilma's taken the most out of those two.
Cool. And the Kraken's Bane hasn't significantly taken any damage.
Hasn't taken anything.
Cool. The Filbert is going to attack the Wilma then, with disadvantage. And that was such disadvantage. No. The Wilma is fine. Or is it? Because the Chancer also is going to attack without disadvantage the Wilma. So in this moment, the Wilma fires the lucky shot, breaks the integrity, which starts as it's making its final salvo against the No Regrets. The integrity starts breaking apart in time for the Chancer to pull up right next to the Wilma and try to launch its fire. So 14.
That is the AC.
The Wilma takes 4 points of damage. Wait, no, 0. Yeah, it is straight up 4 points of damage from the broadside.
Oof. Ouch.
Is it still afloat?
Yeah.
Okay.
I say it's taken the most damage. It's taken 2 hit points of damage from itself.
Oh, Wilma. Fair enough.
So it's now about half.
Okay. It's still
Exactly half.
The shots fire. Many of them bounce off or rebound, but it does.
I just
there
want
are
to protect the
screens
Wilma
from
now. I'm so sad. It's going
Yeah.
to go down and it's going to be so sad.
Alas for the revenge shot against the Wilma. Okay, the Wilma. That is the Chancer. The Aquila has continued to chase the witch's tit and does a disadvantage full broadside against it. Ooh. Okay, that's a 16.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Done, isn't it?
It might be done.
Yep, that is 6 points of damage to the
it's
witch's
down.
tit.
Yep, goodbye.
As it launches it.
We did at least establish a flotation device for the puzzle.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
There are, however, a series of shots smash through the tit, and it begins to and it does start breaking, shattering and breaking apart. Crew members dive or scramble for the lifeboats. Where as parts of the tit break away, they start beginning to melt. Not like obviously like turning into splashes of water, but they do visibly begin to lose their integrity as the ship as a whole.
Like ice would rather than...
Yeah. Begins to shatter. The sun may be gone, and the heat is draining from the battlefield, but there is still, we're not getting frozen temperatures.
Yeah.
But yes, the witch's tit has fallen.
Out of the running.
It's
yeah.
out of the running. It will take some time for it to reform.
Oh, it's out of the battle.
But
yeah.
yes, you do notice there is basically I think it was like a ring of cork around this puzzle box.
And we discussed whomever was in charge would be instructed to go get it as soon as they could. Yeah.
There's so many cannons. If we could find the cannons at the bottom of the...
That is so many cannons that we've just sent to the bottom of the ocean, isn't it?
Indeed. I will note that as ships are breaking apart, including on the enemy side, not all of them go completely to the bottom of the ocean. Many ships break apart. Some are too damaged to go and need to be abandoned. There is a chance that some ships may or may not be able to be salvaged, depending
If we
on...
live...
Yeah, but
a telekinesis spell is going to be really handy for moving cannons.
Oh,
really
yeah, of course.
is, actually, isn't it?
Fly them out. Prestidigitation.
For hours, yeah.
But I'm going to keep but we're keeping a track of which ships have fallen or not. Okay, that's the Aquila, Filbert, Chancer, and the Beta turns and fires on the land battle. And to find out the full effects of the Beta, we're going to actually switch over to the land battle, run 2 rounds of that,
and see what happens.
And the beta will be involved in the second round, but that is for after these, no doubt important messages.
This is today's weather forecast, issued by the New Altmark Met Office on the 22nd of falling leaves. Tonight's forecast, dark. Continuing dark, turning to partially light at the behest of the great snake god Apophis. Hail Apophis.
And welcome back. So, rewinding time one round, we're focusing back in on the land battle. So, I'm gonna, under the circumstances, they're already all in at this point, and they're gonna just have to keep, to a degree, they have to keep committing. Captain Javier is going to make landing next to Captain Zulu on the very edge of Kelsey. At this point, all three remaining, both remaining Redcoat units and the remaining Reclamation Corps unit are trying to carve out what they can of this beachhead. Where do you want to... So, just a reminder, land situation hasn't changed since last time. You've got goblins and deadeyes holding down Upper Harlot, now just against Captain Victor. The deadeyes are holding Kelsey, now against Javier and Zulu. With what's the word I'm looking for? Archibald. There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Archibald and Chocolat are back in Portland, firing from a range to support both wards. Yep. Everybody else, so Frank, Edgar, and Beatrice are Egbert are on the edge. Egbert's still amongst docks. Frank and Beatrice are in Harlot.
Did we want to pull the goblins back?
How are they doing? Let me have a look. They have 5 hit points right now.
Okay.
It might be worth pulling them back and moving in either Frank or Beatrice and then moving Egbert up.
Yeah, I mean, the goblins can still do range, actually. So it might be worth pulling them back from the front.
Is there space for them in Portland? Or
Portland's currently full. It's got both.
But we could move either Archie or Chocolat into the North Village.
That was
could we swap them for one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's less damaged of Archie and Chocolat?
Absolutely equal, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go for Archie then. Let's swap the Deadeyes and Archie.
Okay.
Not swapping them.
Yeah.
Not swapping them for the Deadeyes, because we want to move... We need to move someone into North Village so we can move the goblins into...
Okay, I'm confused, sorry.
So Archie... so as it was, Archie's were facing... It was North Village, it's Kelsey. But Archie and Chocolat were both in Portland. Right now, it's 2 against 1 in Kelsey, Zulu and Javier against the Deadeyes.
Yeah.
They need someone to
my
support
picture's
them.
out of date.
Oh, let me retake your
sorry,
picture.
Let's give you a picture.
That's why.
Up to
I'm
date.
looking at an old picture.
Give me a minute. I wonder if I took a picture at the end of the last round. I might not have done.
Don't think we did.
Alright, hang on. Give me a moment. Sorry, my phone's
That's
being
alright, that's
slow.
why I'm confused.
No, this is just intelligence coming in.
It
It's
is.
fine.
There are spies. They're talking to each other. Oh, it's all very exciting. It's definitely not. That's really blurry, so I'm going to do that again. Hang on.
I'm going to use the pause to open a root beer. I blame this podcast for the amount of root beer I now drink.
You should now have that.
Because sarsarilla's a really good flavour.
It is a really good flavour, to be fair.
Very dramatic sarsaparilla discussions.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah, DKH failed, died, didn't
Yeah.
it? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
move one into there with the Deadeyes, because they're...
Absolutely. Say that again.
Move Archie with the Deadeyes.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep,
two of
cool.
Move them together. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, move the
What about
goblins.
FB and E? Do we want to move any of them anywhere?
Yes, we want to move the goblins out of where they are to the one directly behind them.
Yes,
I think it is.
because they can still do
And then-
range. So yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and then either Frank or Beatrice to take their place.
Okay.
Frank's a bit fucked,
How's
isn't he?
Beatrice doing?
Beatrice is actually has only taken 1 damage so
Okay,
far.
let's move Beatrice in.
Beatrice.
Yeah.
And do we want to move Mr. Egg one along?
Yeah, bring the eggs up.
Yeah.
one.
Eggs comes the battle
Just a sort of
cry.
hard-boiled egg.
They've had a protein break. They're raring to go.
Eggs and
all
Frank
eggs.
are supporting from Harlot. Goblins and Chocolat are supporting from Portland, and the front lines now are Archie and the Deadeyes, and Beatrix and the Sun Eaters.
Yeah.
Archie and the Deadeyes is a really good band.
I was just
Yeah,
thinking that.
Okay, let's.
Hello, Glasgow. We are Archie and the Deadeyes.
I would go to that concert.
Okay, decisions made from my part about who's attacking who.
Are you moving anyone, or should I
I've
send
moved-
another photo?
I've moved them now,
Okay, I'm
so-
going to send an up-to-date picture now.
Okay.
That's the picture noise.
It's a good
There you go.
It's like the dial-up sound.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go through these on the attacks. Let's start with Frankie and Egbert.
I mean, they're going to do what they do because there's only one person.
There's only one person they can attack. Yep. So they're going for Victor.
So, Frankie has rolled badly. That is a 14.
Sorry, you just had a
No,
click. My
a 12.
headphones just flew off me.
That's a 12.
14 is not quite enough to hit.
And the other one, Egbert, has rolled an 18.
That is enough to hit. Roll damage.
4.
Egbert provides some, honestly, kind of impressive support, all things being considered. Cutting up, properly just laying into Victor's forces from the side.
What about the vitamin D? They're ready.
They're able to, powered by eggs, they are able to make a decisive blow. All right, that brings us to A, B, and C. What do Archibald, Beatrice, and Chocolat want to do?
Okay, so of Javier and Zulu, is Zulu the more ragged-looking one, and not just because they're undead?
Yeah, Zulu has taken some damage. They're similar in number at this point due to the losses they've already taken. Javier
He's
has
taken
not
more
yet been
damage, but they
injured.
started with more hit points.
Yep.
Okay. I think I'm going to have Archie go after Zulu then.
Okay.
So this will be... Alright, that is a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Nice.
Roll damage.
Nice.
5 points of damage.
Okay. They can they make pretty hefty dent in those skeletal forces.
Okay.
Beatrice pretty much can choose between the 3 targets because
I think Victor makes the most sense
Okay.
currently.
that's who they're directly up against.
Although it's worth remembering that the Sun Eaters are on melee.
That is 23.
Hits. Roll damage.
6 damage.
Okay, they are able to take out Victor,
Fits.
Fantastic.
which does
So-
have the slight side effect problem of leaving the Sun Eaters limited in being able to
Yeah,
attack.
it's a bit of a fucker.
If you want to change your choice, I'll let you keep that roll if you want to try it.
Well, if I can transfer that 6 damage to the Reclamation Corps, then
Sure.
Captain Zulu.
Yeah, sure, all right. That would have hit either way. So, yeah, they capitalise on the damage to Zulu already and are able to trap their forces in yet another pincer. Things are not looking good for the Zulus.
Okay. I think then supporting them from Portland, Chocolat will see if they can finish them off.
Okay.
Okay, that is... there's a 12 total.
That is not quite enough to do damage. The
Blast.
Captain Zulu's forces still stay hanging in. All right, we're on to our named units.
Okay. I mean, the Jedis.
Yeah.
So Zulu is like nearly.
Yeah, Zulu's most injured.
Cool. I'm gonna go for Zulu with the Jedis. Oh god, that's real bad. That's a 9.
Not enough, unfortunately. There's
Definitely not.
the same encirclement that has been so damaging to Captain Zulu prevents the Deadeyes from getting clean shots in.
I suppose I will do the same with our goblins.
Okay.
Oh, that's really good. So that is like 24.
Okay, roll damage.
Nice.
2.
That is enough to eliminate the remaining members of the
Yay.
Reclamation Corps.
Good.
Yes!
A great threat has been purged, for now, at least.
Okay.
That leaves the Sun Eaters.
Okay, I mean they're going to go for Victor because
Yeah, it's the
they
only
are
ones they can attack.
who are nearby.
Mess them up.
Oh, it's with advantage, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Melee.
Okay, that is a dirty 20.
Yep, that hits. Roll damage. So it's D4 for them.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a D4 that I'm not mad at, and it's really hard today. This one. 2.
That is enough to do it.
Victor's gone.
Seizing on the advantage, they dive in on Victor to wipe them out.
Okay, and that is everyone.
Okay. What's the current state hit points look like? How damaged looking are Archibald, Deadeye's, Beatrice, and Sun Eaters looking, respectively? Because I don't have a clear vision of that right now.
And
Beatrice has taken 1 damage.
Yep.
Archibald has taken 5.
Yep. Deadeyes and Sun Eaters?
I'm really sorry, but I can't remember how many they had max, so I'm just going to tell you the number.
Just tell
is
me
12.
12. Cool.
They
For
currently have.
Deadeyes. For both of them?
So the Deadeyes have 11.
Cool. That's fine. Alright, so knowing what they had planned then, let's just do focus fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. They are going to try and minimize their forces there. So 1. Given how much of an absolute piss up they've been in terms of attacks thus far, let's see whether the cannons just destroy themselves this round or not.
You can only hope.
That one's cocked. Okay, so no. That's a 12 against Archibald, which is not enough to hit.
Nope.
That, however, is enough. That's a dirty 20. So Archibald takes 4 points of damage.
Okay, that is enough.
Archibald is out.
Okay,
Archibald is out.
under
yeah.
heavy artillery fire, Archibald crumbles.
Ceremonially taking it off the map.
And similarly, okay, well, one of the cannons blows themselves up again.
Bloody
You're
hell.
not having a good day.
There's a lot of ones coming from the artillery, and I would like to point out that a lot of those ones are coming on the bronze die.
Okay, the bronze die is making up for its
yeah.
past crimes against us.
However, there is 2 points of damage to Beatrice from from cannon fire. And from because at this point in the battle, the Integrity was still sailing.
Did it ever get in range? though? I don't think it did.
No, but while the Integrity is still afloat, the aerial fire units can.
That
of
makes
course,
sense.
yes, you're quite right.
They can reload. Yeah.
Well, the Eagles did themselves 1 hit point of damage from a natural one, as they were called.
Drop some spikes on each other.
No,
they
it's
drop a
more
flat
that-
chat on themselves.
No, but two of the Eagles get caught up in gusts of winds that unseat their riders.
Okay, yeah.
Fall from the skies
Seems
to their
reasonable.
demise. The winds being what they are, they're unable to keep afloat. So the Eagle unit actually took some damage. That is everyone. So, however, just as the Redcoats are brought down to their last struggling force under Captain Javier, with a cataclysmic sound, the defenders turn their heads to watch as as a pillar of smoke and debris rises from the collapsing battery. The defensive fortress that had been their hope has fallen. And they watch as a ship comes into as a ship comes up. No, I'm not going to use the ship token. That'd look tiny. But they watch as a battleship of the line sails right up next to the main into the River Hound.
Take an up-to-date picture. We're using little
dice
dice for the ship's stowaways. You two, however, are going to get a picture in a second.
Ready to launch a full barrage against the targets of their choice.
Oh, good visual representation.
Yeah, mortifying, I thought.
So
I have never been scared of D6 before until
I
now.
have.
I have 100 times.
Oh,
So many times.
okay.
Today, actually. Multiple times.
I mean, yeah, Javier is going to, seriously considering retreat at this point, is nevertheless going to is going to see if now that the cannon, the heavy artillery has properly arrived, whether they can successfully turn the tide. So, they're not moving. They're going to see if they can just, they would have tried to advance to the battery, but at this stage it's just, can they break the defenders' spirits by defeating enough of them? And that comes down to...
Dice rolls.
Yeah, this, really. Javier isn't moving. They are staying in that ward. Currently it's them one-on-one with the Deadeyes. What do you want to do movement-wise?
God. A genuine question, because I'm struggling to move my mind from, together between ships and land.
Yeah.
There's not really a possibility of moving out of range of the ships, is there?
No.
I didn't think
No,
so.
no.
Okay, so we take that out of the equation. That makes
They
it much
can
easier.
move out of range by moving inland.
Cool.
So anything that is
How
anything.
far inland can they shoot?
I'm going to say that they have no penalties whatsoever to shooting anything on the coastline.
Okay.
Fair.
So,
What about the next one in?
but Portland is I'm not saying it's completely impossible for them to shoot there, but they will have. But they would probably need to level the buildings in between first.
Okay. It might be worth moving the Deadeyes back one.
Yeah.
Or, being as they are the only ones who are purely melee.
No, the
the
Sun
Sun
Eaters are melee.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused.
It's alright, don't worry.
I'd say, move the Deadeyes back, move the Sun Eaters, and maybe Chocolat or Beatrice up.
What do you mean by up? You're going to need to be more descriptive.
Sorry, up into Javier.
To fight Javier.
To the front line of where there is actual
Cool.
combat.
So, what do we think, B or C?
B is slightly less damaged.
Cool. So that takes them away from the Sun Eaters. Can the Sun Eaters actually hit anyone right now?
No, they need to move to face Javier
Yeah,
directly.
so
if they
move
want
B
to.
and C interface Javier.
And the Sun Eaters interface Javier as well?
Yeah, that is
Yeah, B and-
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
B and Sun
Because
Eaters, and
they're the
then-
only ones they can actually hit, so...
Yeah. We've now
Because
got
the
too
goblins
many
and
in
whoever
Portland?
is. Sorry, go on.
Does that mean at the moment we've got too many in Portland?
Yeah, someone's going to need to.
Oh, shit.
So
Chocolat.
Chocolat might need to move up to the coast so that he can still engage with.
Yeah, shall we move Chocolat to the coast?
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
And then it
So
might be
North
worth
Village.
moving F and E back one,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
to make
Just
them harder to
retreat them
hit.
into
Just put them
Midtown-
into Midtown.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, there are a couple of people who are super easy to hit, but not everybody is, which I feel is a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
move. So, yeah.
Good call.
Okay.
Do you want to move anyone, or shall I take a picture?
No, everyone who's going to move on their side has moved now.
Okay,
Another picture incoming.
thank you. I'm liking this system.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right.
This literally could go either way at this point, couldn't it?
Declare
really good.
your attacks.
Okay, who are we starting with?
Uh,
Maybe.
yeah, let's start with the Sun Eaters.
Okay, let's start with the Sun Eaters. So the Sun Eaters are obviously going to go for Javier.
I mean,
everyone's
Everyone's going for
I'm going
it.
to say everyone's going to attack Javier here, unless you decide you
Yep.
really want to try and. I'll be honest. The ship is not really within range.
The ship's too far away,
to attack.
I was going to say,
With
yeah,
what you have.
it's not really possible for us to damage.
Yeah,
the ship.
it's really a question of can you break Javier and how much will you lose in the
Yeah,
process.
so...
Okay, cool.
I mean, that's really good from the Sun Eaters. That is a 27.
I mean, yes, that hits Javier.
D4.
Four.
D4.
And Javier is not taking many hits. So.
That's
Any
a 3, so nearly a 4.
Okay.
Okay.
That was 1 damage. Like we misread that from last time.
I'm not sure. I can see there is a rubbed out 11 I have there, so I'm going to assume that I did, and that he did. I'll err on the side of assuming. Cool. So 3 points of damage to Javier. Okay, it's taking some. They are hunkering down, trying to defend themselves
I mean,
best they
shall
can.
we continue through the named ones and
Yep.
then move on? Because that seems to be
Yep.
easier to do them in sets, doesn't it? So let's do the Dead Eyes next, just arbitrarily. Oh, that's bullshit. That dice goes to jail. So that is a 12.
That does not hit Javier. He's
Okay.
good in.
And then we're going to
Goblins.
do the Goblins. That is also bullshit, and that's an 11.
Yep. Javier is
Murder.
just trying to Javier is just pulling everyone he can into a defensive position. Okay, B and C. So Beatrice and Chocolat.
Okay, I'll start with Beatrice. Okay, that is a 24.
Yeah, that hits. Roll damage.
Okay. 3 damage.
Okay.
And
Whittling
for-
In
down
there.
Javier's forces.
We're going to get there this time, right?
Ooh, that is a 13.
Not quite enough.
Bollocks.
Okay, that's Javier's forces all pulled in. Javier is gonna make an attack against Beatrice, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Javier gets a natural 20 against Beatrice.
Oh,
So, as pulling into retreat, that's 9 points of damage.
Is that
on
Beatrice
Dead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ceremonially off the map.
Had 9 total and I'd already taken 3.
The artillery, not the ship artillery, just the 4 artillery pieces, are going to focus their fire on Chocolat. Say 12. Nope.
Nope.
14 though.
Just, yeah.
So that's 3 points of damage.
Okay, just still up.
No. And no. So Chocolat survives that round.
Is hanging on in there with one hit point.
The eagles who are preparing to make their attack runs see the fate of their eyrie and, fearful for their lives, are going to divert course and retreat towards the battery instead to resupply before moving onwards.
Battery?
Not the battery. Fort Beatrix. Okay. Which means it's time for the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a sense, it's probably it's a good thing Beatrix's force collapsed, because ships, by virtue of the fact that they've got just like dozens and dozens of guns, can just try and attack every unit in a thing in one go. But because Beatrice has already fallen, Captain Beatrice, that does mean their only other target, and the one they were going to go for, is the Sun Eaters. Mm-hmm. So, full scale attack, full broadside against the Sun Eaters.
Mortifying.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Is there a way of them not hitting Javier as well?
Yeah,
surely
how does
they're
that
going to hit their
work?
own people.
Let me check my notes on this one, because you make a good point. There is an argument to this. I mean,
Javier literally between the Sun Eaters and the shore.
Yeah,
as far as I can
Javier
see.
also would. That's a fair point. I'm debating this because Javier would probably have not stayed in the. Would probably have gone to sea again rather than stay there if that was a risk for him.
I didn't necessarily know what they were going to do.
No, that's true. I also know that Tompkins won't utterly decimate his last remaining infantry. That would be a stupid move.
Strategic blunder,
like,
certainly.
that will instantly lose him the battle. We're hitting a point where I just need to check my own rules for the artillery
here. Entirely fair.
Because
totally fair, mate. You do that.
My rule was they can hit everything in a ward. It wasn't they have to hit everything in a ward. And I'm trying to check how much control they have here.
Yeah, that's the question with cannon fire. How much control do you have? I don't have to know.
Are they using cannonballs?
And
or
what are they
shot?
willing to do? Is another one.
This is the. They're not willing to wipe out their entire forces.
That's fair.
I can tell you that they are just not willing to wipe out their entire forces. It's a fair question. But they're not going to do that. Tompkins is around, so they still have a sense of what is a valid attack. Okay, the rule I have rules for artillery specifically. So artillery rules are round shot, one target, 1d4 damage. Canister shot is extra damage, shorter range, direct friendly fire included. Yeah. So that's grape shot, basically.
These are cannons, aren't they?
These are cannons, so they are doing round shot. Mm-hmm. There are a lot more of them. They have less arcs of fire. All right, I'm going to take the rule that they have a choice then between hit everything in a district, but hit everything, or pick one target and be able to avoid friendly fire. Under the circumstances, then it's probably for their benefit.
But that is good.
Sorry?
Yeah.
It makes very little difference at the moment.
It makes little difference at the moment, but it's worth me setting that up now.
Yeah.
So
it's a good precedent to have.
Yeah. So
the idea is if they're targeted, they get slightly less hits.
If they're targeted, they can only hit one target.
Okay, cool.
If they're untargeted, they have to hit every target,
That makes
including
sense.
friendly fire. under the circumstances,
And I guess
then,
untargeted would be slightly more damage.
it's the same damage.
Just
it's
more people.
just they can't differentiate between friend and foe.
That makes sense.
Under the circumstances, they're going to hit one target, the Sun Eaters, and differentiate between friend and foe. Which they do here. What's the AC of the Sun Eaters?
It is 17.
Yeah. So that's... How many hit points does the Sun Eaters have?
12.
That is... 13 hit points of damage.
Fuck's sake. I feel guilty.
Yeah,
I don't.
in a
Quite like Poppy.
Same, but I'm worried about what Poppy's gonna do.
True, very true. Well, off the map they go. Goodbye.
Yeah, in
Poppy's
a
just eaten the sun.
astonishing blast of firepower, the cadre of demons fighting on your side are violently discorporated. Those present, which is not actually any of the three of you, but those with spirit sight nearby, are able to catch brief glimpses as the demonic forms tear apart of strange matching spiritual entities emerging from the bodies. In some cases, dissipating. In others, struggling and vanishing. A couple of them into sort of held objects that a few survivors have. Others vanishing into the bodies of those dying. Some flooding to the handful of to the one cleric that they brought with them, who still survives, clustering around them. Not that any of the three, not that either of those of you with spirit sight see this. It's just something that those gifted nearby are able to perceive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're on the ship, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't see it anyway. Next campaign, I'm playing something with spirit sight.
Let's yeah, so this is where this kind of comes into play then. Looks like we've got one more round on both sides to see what happens.
It is literally just...
if Javier had fallen, that would be the end of the battle. Javier hasn't fallen yet. They still have a chance of winning, and they've got the firepower with them to back that up.
I hate all my dice, Jason.
Alright, so back to the sea battle then.
Okay.
I'm going to describe... I'll do the... So recapping where we are
Could
on
one
that
of us
side.
from the sea shoot Javier?
Yes, if you got close enough.
Okay.
Basically, the only reason right now you can't shoot Javier, even though No Regrets is in range of the beta, is literally the head of the land is in the way. If the No Regrets, I want to say, changed course, like just did a full lateral course change, it could get... It's about the only one, I think... Well, let me just check the... Oh, it would be... Would they be able to get? I'm just checking the Scarlet Winds. Okay, this round, only the No Regrets is able to get close enough to be in the right angle to shoot, to do a bombardment shot.
And that would kind of end the battle if that happened.
Yeah, there is one... They have one land force still capable
should we
of
do that?
doing
Worth
it. So
it.
if you want to try and
Yes,
snipe
please.
them...
Where do
go
we
for it.
move this? You have the
So
metro,
I'm
not
going
me.
to move the No Regrets. So the
I
No
think that we just have to,
Cool.
just in
Yeah.
case, you know.
Right, let's-
No regrets.
So seeing what you are doing as well, there's a few different things going on here as different forces try to move into position to save or break different elements. The Elk, that transport ship, is going to chase after the No Regrets. Bring it close enough for the Elk to fire. Actually, I think it might just make it.
Like
close enough
range.
for the elk to fire at short range, which
Yeah,
admittedly it's still a transport.
Would you like another picture of the ships, my loves?
That would be
I'm
welcome.
about to
actually,
move
yes, thank you.
one
Okay,
more,
cool,
at least
cool.
one
I'll
more
wait till
ship.
Jason's finished moving and then I'll send them,
Sure.
just in case.
Yeah.
we wanna-
So I'm
So
going to
jumping
say
back
that
to the previous one.
the
but,
Yeah.
Aquila is going to sacrifice the Chancer and move up next to the Beta to reinforce. The Chancer and the Filbert are both just going to hug into the Kraken's Bane and that.
I mean,
floats
provided we don't move.
up. Yeah. Well, they're going to chase you, is what I'm saying.
Right.
The Chaser will live up to its name.
So that's really blurry. Sorry.
The Chancer, although I keep calling it the
It's
Chaser.
called the
Chancer,
Chancer.
sorry.
It's been called so many things.
Can't read my own handwriting.
We just all want to call it different things
Yeah.
because they're
I
nearly
think
the same
maybe
word.
there was like what some of the damage was done to where the nameplate is. On.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all like, what's that ship called? Like,
It's cannon.
as we're firing at it.
It's,
It is cannon.
cannon.
It's cannon fire.
Hey.
Yeah. It's a considerable amount of cannon.
So
Yes.
many ships.
So where do we want to move everyone, folks?
Okay. Well, obviously, bring the no regrets in to.
Yeah, that is
to
done.
make a
We
shot
have
on
made
that.
that move. So the no regrets is
Right.
like done moving for this round.
I mean, how far in can the Scarlet Winds get?
Yeah.
So
like-
they're able to, assuming they're moving in towards where the Beta and so on are, they're going to move to here.
And they could fight on. They could fire on
So-
the Beta and the Aquila,
Yeah, they are
but
not
not the land troop.
not quite. Yeah, they're just in range to hit the Beta and Aquila, but not in range to hit. Basically, not in sight
That's
to
fair.
hit Javier.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
What range are we talking to hit those fellas?
Long range. The Scarlet Winds can hit long range on basically everybody,
Yeah.
but no one in short range.
Cool.
The Beta's looking ragged. If we can sink it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. What about the Kraken's Bane and that? Do we want to move any of them? Or do we want to keep firing on the two that we're next to?
Is
I
that
think-
the Chancer in there?
Yeah, because the chance is right by us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
and
think
it's,
it might.
it's keeping hugging you.
It would probably be sensible if we had that whole flotilla concentrate their fire on the Chancer,
Yeah, I agree.
and if we can, head on a parallel course to where the battery was. So we're still kind of providing a bulwark against the elk, but we're kind of passing by the sea ship, whatever the name of the sea
Chancer.
ship is.
Yeah,
Chance
so
is
sort of
gonna
curve
Chance
around
is
them,
gonna
heading-
follow after you.
Yeah.
So, all right,
Yeah.
you're gonna move past to about here, which does put you in range. Still long range to hit the Aquila and Beta.
Yeah.
The Chancer is gonna just follow after you. The Filbert is gonna continue diverting its course to chase. And I'm going to say that both the Filbert and the Chancer are in short range of your entire little flotilla. Like, everybody's in short range. The entire of that flotilla is in short range of the Filbert and the Chancer. The Chancer is in short
take out the
range
Chancer.
of your whole little flotilla there, around the Kraken's Bane. And otherwise, the Kraken's Bane and friends are in long range of everybody else.
The Kraken's Bane and friends. That's
Sounds like a fun cartoon series.
It is.
yeah.
With a lot less, screaming and sinking.
Death. Yeah.
Let's ignore the screaming and death.
No regrets. Shall we? I need to
Yeah.
know. I actually can't wait any longer. I need to know what
Okay,
happens.
no regrets. You can try and.
God, what fucking dice do I use, folks?
Whichever one hasn't betrayed you thus far.
Like I don't know which ones of them have at this point. Like they've all. You know what? We're gonna use. Robbie's light up one.
Oh,
because
no.
That feels dramatic.
No, it's my fault.
Disadvantage. Shot
Disadvantage. Okay, we're gonna
against
use Robbie's
Javier.
light up one and Sarah's destructive wave one.
They are both beautiful dice.
Okay. Oh, that's not the worst. That is a 15. Is that enough?
That
is that is their AC.
Oh my god.
So I'll just check the damage that No Regrets does. Oh wow! I realised that the battery actually did even more damage. It doesn't matter because the Sun Eaters were totaled. But I actually wrote an extra rule for when the coastal ships fire on the land forces.
But do they take out Javier or not?
Oh, that's going to be the question. So, meeting the AC does 1 hit point of damage, but when sea is firing on land, each hit point of sea damage translates to D4 land damage. So roll 1d4.
Oh god, it's horrifying.
Oh, no, so
Help.
Possibly not, actually, based on... In fact...
Shut up.
No, I don't...
Stop it. Stop talking. 4.
4
Fuck
points.
you.
Javier, that itself doesn't kill Javier, but I will say that the damage has been... that damage is recorded, and combined with whatever the land forces do... That may kill Javier.
Okay.
But that we'll come back to the land. The point is
We're going to come back to the land next.
we'll
Is
come
that
back to the land
plan?
next.
We're just doing 1-1.
But we need to do one. Yeah, it's going to be 1-1 at this
Okay.
point. So No Regrets is it has taken its shot.
No fucking regrets. I mean, on my sheet, I also still have the trigger. Should we do all the 5th rates? Because doing them by category is less stressful than anything else, I
Yes,
think.
we should.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The
Where was the trigger?
I'm actually going to see. Here we go. The No Regrets. So this is Captain Ethel Schwartz, Captain Swash, Ethel Schwartz, the half orc that you promoted to fill the job, the former first mate of the Hesperidia. Gives the command as a series of cannonballs fire across the dark seas and smash into Javier's entrenched position. Okay, so on to the trigger.
Okay, so who are the trigger near?
The trigger is next to Filbert and Chancer and can short range and can attack literally everybody else long range.
I mean, of the Filbert and the Chancer, who's worse right now?
Of the Filbert and the Chancer, neither of them have taken any damage.
Well, the Chancer's been annoying me, so I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
The Chancer is the more
They're
dangerous.
the military ship. Take them down.
The other one is a transport.
Well, let's do that then. Oh, that's really good. That's a 25.
Fucking hell.
Still 1 hit point because it's the trigger, but
I mean, yes, it does 1 hit point, but hey, it's something. Okay, the Chancer takes the Chancer's paint is thoroughly scratched.
Yay!
Oh, there's a real limit
no
to what
one
a
can
5th
read the
rate
nameplate.
merchant frigate can do.
Oh yeah, there's not much. Weirdly, they still have full hit points. I'm not sure how that's happened, but they're one of the least damaged on the field.
They've
right
just
now.
not been. They've been so not a threat to the other
They've
ships.
just been fuck it.
Okay, that makes it 4th rate's time.
Go, Robbie,
Okay.
go.
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to start with attacking the beta, if we can.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yep.
So everyone is in long range of the
Disadvantage,
beta, but the merchant rates are.
Sink them.
Yeah. So
And this is going to be partial, I assume?
long range partial. Who are you attacking with?
The Basilisk are going to attempt to do any damage this turn. Or this game. This entire battle. No, they will not.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I mean, at least they haven't shot another ship like the Lantern.
No.
No, but they suck. Yeah.
I've got to say, the Scarlet Wind's really.
I'm going to have some serious words. Okay, the Hesperidia are going to do exactly the same, and same problem. That's a 12 to hit.
12 though, partial. What did the Basilisk get?
Roll a 3, or that's a 9. 9 on
Okay,
the
no.
dice.
But the Hesperidia does get partial damage though.
Oh, lovely.
So
that's
1 hit point. So the beater does take another point of damage.
I'm going to swap the dice out because those ones are.
The
Couple
train.
more of them. We might be good.
Boards
And it's
creaking.
not like we're short on d20s. Okay.
Right, the lantern's going to do the same thing.
Much better. That is a 19.
That definitely hits, and in fact, that is enough. With having corrected for the mistakes where they just shot the no regrets in the back, Shenyu's gunners adjust their sights, fire up, and a full salvo sails over the elk, over the no regrets, and smashes into the deck of the beater,
Goodbye.
taking it off the field. It will still get its attacks in next round.
Because everything happens at the same time. Yeah.
That's all happening.
Which gives us.
Do you want to leave it on to remind you to?
Yeah, thank you.
You were doing that in the other
Yeah.
one. I know you have a lot to deal with.
So that is So that brings us to the 4th rate merchants, because Wilmer's still around.
Not for long.
Wilmer and Bowler are both in long range of the Elk and Aquila, and in short range of the Filbert and Johnson.
I mean, we're going to go for the chances because the Aquila's not really taking anything either, so.
Yep.
We might as well focus on that one because it's close.
Yep.
So the beta has rolled not well. That is 13. Not
Ooh.
beta, baller. Too many
Okay, the
Bs.
Bowler, sorry.
13.
the-
Yeah, so no.
13 with no, that's not enough to hit. With
The Wilma has rolled a 19.
I mean, okay, the Wilmer is fucking gunning for it this
MVP.
time. Yeah, 2 hit points of damage to the
I like
to the
to think,
Jancer.
because it was an accident once, I like to think it's always an accident.
Yeah.
It's like someone going, right, no
There's
more
just some
mistakes,
dickhead
and
that
bashing
thinks
a cannon.
everything sounds like the word fire on
Well,
the word.
the Chancer
cannon.
is just right next to the Wilmer, so they're just firing straight back at it, and both ships are just shooting at each other. They can't miss. They're right there.
How far apart are these ships at this point? Just
Within a scant few hundred feet of each other, close enough to be.
are we at the point where the party are in range for things?
If you wanted to try to get them in there, you could, but I'd say that we are into the skirting sort of 700, 600, 700
not
feet
really.
range.
So we are
Broadside
still
them
just
first.
out of range.
Yeah.
Because I think my max range is 480.
Yeah.
So we're just out of sniper range for these shots, but close enough for them to unload full broadsides. Okay, which I think it does actually bring us to the Kraken's Bane.
Okay. So the
So
Kraken's Bane
you are
is-
also close enough to full attack the Chancellor of the Filbert or snipe at the Aquila or Elk.
going after the Chancer.
Cool.
So this is just a singular roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come on.
They make such a nice rattle, those light up ones.
Yeah.
You can always hear when you're rolling
that's,
it.
Yeah.
That's a 13.
Okay, it's just under, but you do still do a point of damage.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, it's something.
it's something. Okay, the Kraken, all of your attacks having been done, let's... Aquila and Beta fire on land. Their effects will be seen next turn. The Elk fires on the No Regrets. Just full broadside close up, but it's a transport. I mean, 19.
I mean, obviously.
That is actually No Regrets AC is 14, right? 2 hit points of damage to the No Regrets.
The No Regrets is still fucking going.
Excellent.
As the
It
Elk
maybe wants to get out of close range. though, after
unloads
this
its
round.
full.
Potentially. But,
Yeah.
we'll see how long we're even in battle after this, to be honest.
The
We'll
Elk,
see if we get to another ship round, you know?
yeah, the Elk unloads its full salvo. The Filbert and Chancer, seeing the apparent
like, fucking masterful skills of the Wilma are just gonna focus on that.
Oh no!
Like,
Fucked.
fucking
It's
hell.
not a fighter! It's chaos on board.
I like to think there's just like some trigger-happy gunsman who just mistakes every word for the word fire. And they're all like, please stop, and he's like, ah!
Like,
For fuck's
basically
sake,
death
fire,
because of
did
the
you say?
gunfire at this point.
Okay. So, I mean, the Filbert just full-on smashes into it smashes its rounds into the Wilma like it did like a natural 18 plus stuff.
Oh no.
So the Wilma takes 2 hit points of damage. Then the full broadside from the Chancer, that is 5 more hit points of damage.
So that's 7.
7 total.
That'll do it.
Okay.
Poor Wilma.
Gutted
It's
from
so
both
hell.
sides by broadsides. The Wilma sinks in. The Wilma breaks apart, starts to sink
This is
into the
gonna,
waves.
whatever happens, this is going to be such a weird ending to this battle. I still don't know which way it's going to go, but either way, like, fucking weird.
It's been a knockdown, drag-out fight that has cost both sides quite
Oh,
dearly.
Yeah, no, and nobody's done well, have they?
Nobody
you know?
has done well in this fight. Okay, that brings us to the land fight.
Oh god, back we go. Do you need another picture,
Okay.
lads? How you doing?
If you would,
Yeah.
thank you.
Just sent that.
Excellent.
Oh, we have one
Okay.
less ship. Should I take one
Yeah.
out?
True.
I mean, leave that there because there's going to be like
Okay.
because the Aquila moves into its place.
Oh, true. Yeah.
There are. In fact, I will say for the sake of this shot, there are very briefly going to be 2 ships, one of which will sink. Yeah. So movement-wise is interesting. Javier is in a weird position right now because he's not. Yeah, like he's in a really flankable place. I think he's going to move to the North Village. He's going to move one round.
Can we still hit him?
You see him moving, and you can move into position to try and thing him. He's just trying to move into places where it's a little bit harder. So yeah, you can. I mean, the North Village is uncontested at this stage. So
Okay, I know what we can do.
yeah,
I'm going to take another picture so that you can
that is all
visualize
Javier can do.
what Javier's just done. I'm sorry, I don't know why some of these are landscape and some of the portrait. Like, I literally have no explanation for why that's happening. So we definitely want to try and hit Javier with all we've got because fuck it, right?
Yeah.
But let's
Suggestion?
not move into North Village.
What would you say?
Yeah.
What did you
Let's
say?
not move into.
No, I
North
agree.
Village.
Let's not move into North Village, but can we move it? Where can we hit North Village from that isn't North Village?
So
Just like, what are you counting as a diagonal?
Anything adjacent.
So yeah, so you can hit North Village from the outside because all of your surviving forces are ranged
Yeah.
from Walled Street,
Yeah.
Portland Park, although you wouldn't actually
we
be able
can't
to
be able
get
to get
there. Walled Street,
Yeah.
Portland, and Kelsey.
Okay, what if we move our 2 shinies into Walled Street,
Yep.
and then we move E and F into Portland? Then
Yep.
everybody can hit Javier.
Yeah,
We
would
have to
say-
move Chocolat into Kelsey, but
Yeah.
then they're boxed in on all sides.
What was
Why
that?
not I mean, how much do we want to risk people? Do we think 4 attacks is going to be enough to take them out?
Because
Because we could move C and F into Portland and put E further from the coast.
I'm worried about dice rolls. Honestly, I think we've got to try and
Okay.
take him out because that will
Yeah.
end the
Okay.
fight. Whereas, like, I'm not sure anything else will.
It'll end this land fight. I don't think it's going to necessarily end the ship fight.
Well, where they are currently, only
Only
Chocolat
C
is
is with-
easily attackable
yeah.
from the sea.
Yeah. I think if we leave Chocolat on the coast, they are done, but that is... If we want to make that sacrifice to be more secure in taking out...
I think it's worth it at this point, because
It
Chocolat
also
can't
means he has
affect the sea
nowhere to
battle.
go.
Yeah.
He has nowhere to go other than, well, there's that spit of land by where the battery was.
I think let's give it all 5. That's my instinct.
Give it all 5.
It's a little bit
I
mean,
concur.
but I think let's fucking go for it. We're in
You
the,
reckon
we're
he
in the home
probably is
stretch.
going for that spit of land so that you have to attack him from a coastal space.
Yeah.
All right, so
Well, let's stop him before he gets...
so you're going all in. You want to move C up to Kelsey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, all in.
Shall I roll for Chocolat, as that's the only person I can roll for?
Yeah, roll for Chocolat.
Okay, come on, Chocolat. Okay, that's a 15.
Yeah, that hits. Roll damage. I'm gonna say, like, honestly, like, yeah, roll damage.
Okay,
Is it a roll
4.
damage for fun?
Yeah, 4. Okay.
4 damage.
This is gonna be a little. This portion is gonna be a little narrative at this stage.
Okay.
I am going to talk a little bit about the round that immediately follows. So I'm going to roll some attack. So I'll cover what happens to Tavier. I need to roll some attacks first because the other side do get some attacks in before this happens. What is everybody's hit points right now of the survivors?
Goblins
Chocolat
5.
has 1.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
So Chocolat has 1.
yeah,
Goblins have 5. Deadeyes have 11.
cool.
Egbert has 3, Frank has 2.
Cool. Javier, so I'm going to check who Javier targeted for their last stand.
Yeah.
Under the circumstances. Yeah. And was it Frank had 2?
Yeah.
Well, Frank, despite Javier's last stand, only takes 1 point of damage.
Frank has been clinging on for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's still those
I'm just gonna do 2 things. Fucking hell, more of the artillery blow themselves to pieces. Like, seriously, one of the artillery got pulled down almost to half health
Just
by
through
blowing
friendly fire.
through blowing themselves
God,
up.
it's ridiculous.
Amazing.
They're having a very bad day.
The dice have had drama today.
1 and 2. Cool. So, gonna roll these. Cool. Alright, that is enough for me to know. Javier's last stand is the turning point of the battle. As the Captain Javier and the final Redcoats hunker down in the North Village, the forces advance on them from all sides. They take position up in a warehouse, but under pressure from the militia captains, this last unit of rifles struggling to defend them, and the gangs firing from the south, from Wall Street, their numbers whittle lower and lower. In a last-ditch attempt, everything gives way to cannon fire. The artillery pounds in the streets of Kelsey, shattering Captain Chocolat's rifles completely.
Well, take that away.
The HMS Beatrice, aiming for the same targets, unleashes one final salvo before she breaks, targeting the streets of Kelsey to level them, blasting a full barrage, not so much with a focus on killing troops as clearing a path as those streets are opened and the Beatrice is and the Beta is smashed by cannon fire from above, the Aquila sails ahead of where it was and unleashes a full indiscriminate barrage into Portland through the channel created by the slagged and devastated houses that used to be the district of Kelsey. As Captain Javier falls, so too do the last regular militia forces breaking under the onslaught of cannon. Not everyone dies, but many do, and those who remain survive. And they, as a fighting force, they are totaled.
So F and E are totaled?
F and E are gone.
And
X
as is Javier,
gone.
yeah. It's literally just the goblins and the Deadeyes left.
So
At
we've
this
just got
point-
crime friends.
At
Yeah.
this point, however, the battle for the Redcoats, bloody as it has been, brutal as the fight has been, is lost.
What?
The Aquila turns, and I'm going to slightly narrative what's happening next. How many ships do you still have next to the Elk and the Chancer?
Hang on, let me look back.
I mean, we can just look at this pile. We have 3.
3. So you still have the Kraken's Bane, the Baller, and the Trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3-2, but the Scarlet Winds are on the way. All right. Again, for the interest of time, and the battle is lost. Signals go out via semaphore. The Aquila breaks off from the city and pauses long enough for the cavalry forces and terrified gunners to make their way aboard before beating a retreat towards the protection of Fort Beatrix. The Elk, caught between the No Regrets and the Scarlet Winds, takes a few salvos off its bow before raising a white flag. With the Basilisk turning in, I'm going to say the Hesperidia and the No Regrets flanking it, the Basilisk and the Lantern turn to reinforce the Kraken's Bane, the Baller and the Trigger. And I'm going to ask for... Corzin, can you give me a navigation check, please?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll do...
Well, that's a
navigation.
weird brain shift to
Yeah.
a character doing a
Yep.
thing. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
is this like an
solution-based.
actual character thing in that I could add a D4?
This is an actual character.
Can I have given him inspiration?
Yes.
Yeah, come on.
Please?
Yeah, okay. Okay, so D10,
And a D4.
right.
Roll
did I
all
roll
of them,
D4?
it's the time.
Okay, so... Alright, roll, that is... Oh, I have proficiency with this, so that is a 19, but fuck it, I'm gonna roll
Roll
the...
everything. What else are you going to use it for?
Okay, that 19 becomes a 22 with the D4, and... 29 with the D8.
Okay.
The D10, rather, sorry.
The Kraken's Bane is the fastest thing on the water.
Catch them,
they
catch
are-
them, catch them!
Catching them, it's not just, you don't just catch. As the two ships go, the Chancer begins to. The Chancer and the Elk both. And the Filbert both try to flee. The Filbert is easily caught by the Trigger and the Baller. As the Chancer tries to turn to escape, you sail after, overtake it, force it into a turn as both ships exchange harrying gunfire, and then into a pincer
in between the basilisk and the lantern. Surrounded by 3 ships, one of which outmaneuvers it, 2 of which outgun it. Having already taken some damage, the Chancer raises the white flag.
Yes.
The as the Aquila makes it back to the retreats with what it can to the fortress and begins the process of unloading what it can, you all look up as the ominous black red-eyed serpent begins to quiver, opens its mouth as crimson tinted at first, but then giving way, the rosy golden light of dawn stretches out over the land. The serpent opens its mouth and fades as light strikes you, almost blinding you. You blink. You notice the red serpent eyes, irises over your eyes vanish with that first blinking. And through the smoke and fire and the distant sounds, you are able to gaze upon the thus far remaining independent city of Newmark.
Yes! Victory!
Victory indeed. It is a victory hard won and not without cost.
I mean, I want to reinforce that on land we literally have the two of 3 crime friends left.
The crime friends.
There is nothing else of our troops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The battle has been bloody and brutal. On land, the redcoats gave way to the redcoats tried to take the land, but despite the artillery fire, despite the naval barrages, they were never able to get into the inner parts of the city. They were always held off at the beaches and piers. The costs were great, though. Not everyone in the defending forces died, and in the coming weeks, they are able to muster together the survivors to form the core of a new militia. But the spirit of many were broken, and the cheer of victory that goes up is a ragged one, and in places thin. Hundreds, perhaps over 1,000, have died on your side, the same or more on the enemy's. It is the work of many to pull up the bodies, to perform last rites, or where priests cannot be found, to perform quick decapitations to prevent the dead rising. Over the coming days, it will be the grim work of fishing trawlers to fetch those who fell to the river bottom to prevent a rising of the drowned dead. But over those same next days, the negotiations begin to cede the fortress of Fort Beatrix. Without the troops to sustain it any longer, and with the ships holding the bay, an agreement is reached to allow the surviving troops on the Redcoat side to board the Aquila and depart with their flags and arms. The crews of the Elk, Chancer and Filbert allowed to repatriate obviously bereft of their arms and supplies and their ships. There were casualties. Let's look through these. First and foremost, the witches. On the witch's tit. Vig is brought to you, Corzin, as soon as possible by the perhaps an unexpected source, as being dragged after him in the arms of a pallid-skinned, notably flying halfling. Thurling is able to bring Vig to you, clutching, shaking to the flotation device of the Witch's Tits puzzle box. He is sorely injured by the time he reaches you. And
I would like to tank as much healing magic as is needed to help League. That would be important.
Yeah.
This is going to require, with healing magic, this is going to require a medicine check.
Okay.
He's suffered multiple fractures, and more importantly, by the time you reach him, pneumonia and other effects of the deep cold and frost to come inside.
Can I give Cause an inspiration,
You can,
please?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to bend fate as well.
Okay. Right, so medicine check then?
Yep.
Yeah, Celestia's just like clinging to your shoulder like a vice when Vig is brought over.
Okay, that's an 18 on the medicine check. I'm gonna roll
everything. It's worth it.
Yeah. Okay, that makes it a dirty 20 on the medicine check.
Did you do the inspiration as well?
Yeah, sorry, that was the inspiration.
Okay, D4, add another 2.
D4. Oh, okay, so 22 on the medicine check then.
It is the work of many tense minutes. You are able to save Vig's life, and with that check, you are able to preserve the use of his arms as well.
Good.
It will take some time to recover from as much from the mental trauma of his injuries as the physical ones. While magic can heal that, he's going to be. It will take time, but Vig
I will tank my 6th level spell into Vig.
Before you do that,
Okay, there might be other decisions.
there are other potential casualties. Because the Witch's Tit... So the Witch's Tit went down, as did many other ships. I'm going to talk about the ships as well. Over the course, you lost... in addition to the 3 enemy ships that went down, the Gunter, the Demise, the Integrity, and the Beta. You also lost the Wilma, the Lightning, the Maria, and of course, as I said, the Witch's Tit. I would like... Yeah, that's 4. Could I ask each of you to roll me a D100, please?
Okay.
Do this one first.
84.
75.
32.
Okay. So, 84 are lost from the lightning. 72 are lost from the Wilma. 34 was the last one?
Yeah.
Are lost from the Maria. I rolled for the Witch's Tit. There are... Before healing magic and healing potions are used, and you may feel free to open as many stores as you want from the Kraken's Bones to reduce this number. 100 on a D100.
You rolled 100 on a D1. Fuck.
Crew casualties from the Witch's Tit. So
Oh god.
the Kraken's Bane does have healing potions. Every healing spell can reduce this by 1. If you want to empty the Kraken's Bane's store of healing potions, Corzin, tell me how many that is.
I have 13 healing spells.
Cool. Before you use them, use those though. Let's do healing potions first because these are not the only casualties.
Okay.
Yep, fair enough.
I'm still going to write that number down so I don't forget it.
Yeah. I have potentially 9 healing spells I could use, but in addition to that, if we were taking the... what was the standard amount of healing potions that the Kraken's Bane would have? 6, wasn't it?
No, you kept a certain number just in storage as well, didn't you?
Okay, I don't think we ever actually put a number on that. It was just sort of hand-waved that on a personal level there was enough.
I believe you have 20.
Okay.
Okay, in which case 20 then.
All of them, yeah.
That was the amount that that's the amount that sort of you came as part of the setting up of the ship originally.
I mean, hell, I've still
Right,
got one
cool.
healing potion as well,
Cool.
which I will happily donate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at the...
I might have 3 according to my inventory.
So you assuming those healing potions are just put to this immediately.
Oh yeah,
Definitely the
without
healing
thought.
potions are able to save 24 lives. I'll hold off the spells immediately. The battery also fell. I roll so the witch's tit of the people you knew closely. Vig was the one who Vig hit a similar fate to most of the crew. He has been saved. Thurling survived and brought him to you. Other survivor Heinrich, fortunately, also survives. Which is very important to note.
Oh yeah.
You will have a choice of whether... Heinz Schuller. Heinz, not Heinrich. Heinz... he's called Heinz as a short. You'll have a choice of whether to use Heinz or... on where to send Heinrich versus Aujin. Aujin is the more experienced doctor. He will save 60% of casualties where he is sent. Heinz is much less skilled. He will save 20% of casualties where he is sent.
Okay, and where are the choices to send?
Yeah,
The other
what are we
choice is the
talking?
battery.
How
Once
many people in
again,
the battery?
can I please ask all three of you to roll a D100?
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
7.
34.
78.
Whoa.
Okay, so that comes to 41,
Got a
17.
calculator.
That's alright, do some head. 118 potential casualties there. They did... So... They rolled low on how many of the priests survived.
Shit.
I will say that of their own healing magic, they are able to reduce this number by a further 30.
Okay.
But unfortunately, there were losses of some of the most powerful priests. So that number goes down to 88. The
So 88 from the battery.
88 from the battery thus far. So your current note from the Witch's Tit is still before applying your own healing magic.
Yeah.
Beyond the spell, beyond the potions, is 76 right now.
Mm-hmm. That's 3/4 of the crew.
If I go around with the less skilled doctor using sorcery points to boost everything, to bend fate every time he does a check.
You also have your healing stick.
It's still.
I do also have my healing stick and the heal. Will it make any difference?
Heinrich's not necessarily.
Because I will burn every spell I have.
The fact is, burning every spell you have. Maybe you can bend fate a little in some cases, but ultimately it's heading up healing. It's heading up the triage of scores of people. It might make a difference. I'll say that. Sure, with you assisting everyone and using up your spells, I'll give Heinrich an extra 5%. So he can save a quarter. With you just bending fate as much as you can.
I need to do it for. It'll be 5th level spells and below.
Yeah, but you do doing everything you can there.
Can Corzin as a surgeon change those numbers?
You are yes, but you're busy on. But you're busy for some of this on Vig.
Right, fine. Okay.
And there are, as I say.
I need to work out whether I've helped with Vig or if I've given you inspiration and walked off to help other people.
There is, close to your heart though, there are 2 injured figures, Clara and Saran.
Oh, I'm running.
Both of whom were helping in the hospital there. Both are injured, and assuming you draw them into Corzin's focus as well, with magic assisting, I would like 2 more medicine rolls, please.
I have 2 more inspirations. Can I just? No, I have 1 more inspiration. Oh God, who does it go on? It's got to be Clara. I don't think I could not give Clara a boost.
Okay. So.
Feel mean, but.
First one then for Saran. Medicine check.
Yeah, you don't have inspiration on that one.
Okay, fortunately enough, that is a 27.
Saran.
I will add a bend fate on it as well, just in case.
Okay.
That's another 4.
Okay, 31.
Saran will make a full recovery. Quickly as well. You are able to set her broken ribs and leg and heal them with magic with impressive skill, and prevent what could otherwise have been a very serious internal bleed. She will recover well and quickly.
Good. Okay. And for Clara. Okay, that's another 27, but I'm going to add the inspiration anyway. That makes it a 30.
Okay. Right. Clara, similarly, it is touch and go at first. Especially as you realise that part of the collapsing, as there was a risk of very serious injury to her. However, with skill and magic on your side, you are able to set what is broken, heal what is damaged, and return Clara to a state as healthy as Clara can be. Still afflicted by her permanent illnesses, but she too will make a full recovery.
Thank fuck for that.
There is no sign of Alton Apple Blossom.
What?
Oh no.
Yes.
It is 3 days later, picking through the rubble. As they pull aside pieces of rock, someone catches sight of a hat, of a crushed hat, and a broken bottle labelled Apple Blossom's Best. Sink to their knees. Are you bloody long enough to find me? There's a tiny fucking halfling luck.
That's all that saved him, isn't it? There's nothing else. Yeah.
Every time.
And scrambles out.
Right, you're late for 11, sis.
I'm late in 3 days.
Don't ever scare me like that again.
No promises. You pull a bedraggled, hungry, having basically been drinking just his own alcoholless lemonade, that is cider, that is not a euphemism, for 3 days straight, trapped under the rubble. Apple Blossom is covered in debris, surprisingly intact, apart from cuts, scrapes, and bruises. But having basically been pinned in like a tiny halfling-sized bubble of debris.
God.
This is insane.
I would have cried so hard if Alton Apple Blossom died. Oh my
Alton Apple
God.
Blossom,
Yeah,
because he's Alton Apple Blossom, gets to roll with advantage on his survival check. One of those numbers was very low.
Yeah.
One was not.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Your last choice then is whether you want to send Heinrich or Ajin to the battery.
I've got 24 bend logs.
There are
a couple- I've got
more
the healing
people
stick and the-
who are injured on the witch's tip than there are in the battery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So by
That's a
proportion,
point,
that is
actually.
more lives.
Yeah.
After magic is
yeah.
applied, the numbers in the battery come to 88. The number on the witch's tip comes to 76.
Oh, 76. Okay, so there are actually more in the
Yeah.
battery.
Now that all the potions have been
yeah.
emptied out and all the spells you, there's I'm not counting the 9 plus 13. There are still 22
I have
spells that can be used.
Combined, I have 13 healing spells and 1 potion, so that's 14 from Celestia that I can do.
Yeah, I've already used
That's
the
a point.
potion.
Okay. So what do we think? Should we send Ajin to the battery?
I think we have to.
Yeah,
haven't we?
that makes
I think we
sense.
have to,
Corzin
'cause
also
it's
has
just
a
slightly
healing
more.
potion. He can
Yeah.
donate to
I've got 3 healing potions.
Heinz
I
to go to the
can
witch's
donate.
tip.
Yeah, that's fine. So using the
And my
witch's
magic
tip,
stick and my...
using that magic to bring it down, then 53. Okay, Ajin goes to the battery, and with his exemplary skill as a surgeon, is able to bring that number, the number of fatalities there, down from 88 to calculator to 35. With the
So it's 35 from the battery.
from the battery
Yep.
is the total number that dies. The number from the witch's tit is brought down to 39 with
Okay, you did well.
with a lot of magic being used. And
So that's with all of our
I'm just
magic.
there
Yeah.
constantly
Just
pumping
constantly
magic
there.
into him.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
Yeah, what was that for,
we're changing that.
for the witch's tit?
39.
39.
39.
Yeah. Magic and skill saves many lives.
I sing at a lot of funerals.
You do.
Anywhere they need a song.
You do. I think that there will be a little bit of there is time to heal, time to grieve.
And there is one last moment I'm going to put this, just so that it's just that
I think there'll probably be some roleplay in this next session, won't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm just I'm going to round off this battle.
Thing. Yeah.
One narrative thing that happens the same day amidst the battle, as the Scarlet Winds make port, come to render assistance themselves, dispatching their own ship's doctors. There is a brief moment that Scamp and Corzin, you catch sight of. Celestia has already run to the battery to check on
banging.
By this point. At this moment,
I'm banging healing magic into somebody or sat with.
It's
Clara
a moment that the pair of
something.
you catch as Vasilisa and Victory disembark. Victory runs to assist as best she can as well. There's a moment you catch of Thurling staring up at Vasilisa on the deck. And Tiefling captain staring back. Tenseness. They walk towards each other. Some words are exchanged. There's a slow nod from Thurling before he returns to tend to the survivors of the Witch's Tale. As he goes past you, Corzin, he gives you a nod.
I'm proud of you. That must have been one of the hardest things you've ever had to do.
We have an understanding. One day, when the child is grown up and gone, she and I will have our duel.
Understood.
Would it be inappropriate to watch with popcorn? Yes, I'm going to take that as a yes. That would be.
There's just like a flaring of red light from the eyes he's wearing.
Not a disbarring of you from doing so.
He turns and moves to leave. Other meetings, other farewells, other moments will come in the days to come. But for now, the battle is won. And the future, however tenuous, of Newmark is secured. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. They came to this fight quite outmanned, outgunned, outnumbered, and outplanned. And though this war is far from done, I must concede this battle won.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm, or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.